Yep. Okay, mate. Yep, thank you. No. Did you get a combined after?
No, it's just this squad on the
They'll print you one.
Okay.
If you want to go grab one.
Is still, isn't it?
If you assume squad equity,
If you assume 9 off each, it'd be 36 is what?
36 is 458.
Yeah.
You should round up one, be 456.
It didn't move really off the last squad, really, the number. I mean, there's some more kind of toward the top. But
This squad tends to get a little nervous at the end because they know what they're supposed to get.
I think it's going to be in the 450s.
Well, you've also got a 455 and a 453 posted. The next number is 434. I don't think it goes that far.
Oh, you mean there's a 20-pin gap in there? Yeah, it's going to be in the 440s probably.
Well,
maybe even in the 450s.
If you're saying it's in the 440s, you're saying only 5 teams on the squad shoot 450.
I misunderstood you then.
So here would be 9.2 teams a squad.
Oh yeah, that's because that's what I circled earlier. Is that 458? I think is going to be real
here
close.
You've got 1, 2, 3 numbers right after. So if this number's
there's not going to only be 5 on this squad.
right, so
it's going to be somewhere in here.
If you're here, you're good.
Yeah.
If you're these guys,
that's bubble.
You're still probably good. And then you get a
on the bubble here, yeah.
I don't think there's no way it falls lower than that.
No, because like you said,
That's 40.
that's only leaves 6 teams off the squad.
Yeah.
I told Tony yesterday when he left, I thought they were good. I still think, because I don't think there's going to be 12 teams in this squad push them out.
No.
Because the 4 squads, it's been pretty equitable. 600 over, 2, 1, 3, and 4, 500 over, 8, 4, 6, 9, 475, and 450.
And you have to adjust this squad down because the talent's so high.
Yeah, right. That's why those numbers are a little
higher.
You know, yeah. They got the 4 got the 600, 9 got the most of all of them. So yeah.
Somewhere in.
Still only 4 teams at 700 right now.
That's really low.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah.
And then you got 12 more for the cash line.
Right, because they pay 58, don't they?
58. So right now would be. So you're looking at 11 times 5 is 55. 44. We're looking somewhere in here.
Yeah, because if you take a dozen off each squad, that's 60 minus 2. So yeah, somewhere right around 400 cash. And even that's,
all these guys are already cash.
Yeah, they're not. Yeah.
Every year they're right in this.
Are they
40,
in the same?
40 to 60
Tim,
range.
I remember Tim when he bowled for Lindenwood Belleville. Yeah.
They're in this. Hey, they cashed, but they didn't make it. Crowd, or they just made it.
Yep.
The last one's in. I think one year they were the last ones in. Eric, you just want to hop in from the get-go?
It's up to you if you want me.
Yeah, we'll utilize you. You're more than welcome.
We were just going over the numbers.
Good. Perfect. All right, we'll officially bring this thing in here. Grab that headset right there, Eric. Lee is on, Eric is coming on. And we're going to kick this thing off here. Yep, then just bring that. There you go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Mike, Eric Littig, and Lee Bedore here with you for the final round of qualifying of the 2023 Hammer Holiday Doubles. We're bringing Eric in because he's the numbers guru.
Oh, boy.
He spends a lot of time with me up in Iowa, the Fall Classic and the Winter Classic, sponsored by Ebonite. And we're going to have Eric join us. We're going to go over all the numbers from all the squads, try to come up with a possible cut number. We're going to look at strength of squad. And we're glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling. We'll go right out to the lanes because action is underway. Lee, we're going to get started here on our feature pairs, lanes 35 and 36, 37 and 38 right here.
So the Saturday 8 a.m. squad roster is not going to be terribly helpful. I think that's what you're telling me. 35, 6, 7, 8. Brandon Pierce, Joe Chris Wanis, Michael Haggett, Booger Kroll, Matt Sanders, Jimmy Cook, Tammy Walsh, Chad Hankins. Again, there could be last-minute changes that we don't know about. I know of one
I saw you
that
write
has
one
been
down.
that has been noted on your sheet, Mike. But I don't know. There's been 2 or 3 every squad that we're like, hey, that's not Parker Bone. We know who he is.
I don't see Michael Haggett unless he's behind.
I think he's
pole.
here. I think I saw him.
Okay.
I thought I saw him too.
All right. Well,
I think he had beige shorts on.
might be him around the corner there. And then on our bottom left side of the screen on lanes 29 through 32, we've got Jerry Mars with Lucas Hardigan, Stephen Jarvis with A.J. Johnson, Liz Johnson with Adam Barta, and Gene Perez with A.J. Rice. So,
Couple of strong pairs there, aren't there?
yeah, it is. I'm gonna switch it up for now, but you can watch everybody bowl here. There is Elizabeth Johnson right there. In my opinion, the greatest female bowler to ever put bowling shoes on. A.J. Johnson off to the left, so we're off to the races early here. And guys, they're going to cash 58, but the all-important number is 46. 46 is the cut number. We've got 4 squads in the book. What are we looking at right now? How many people would we be taking from those squads if it was squad equality here?
It pretty much has been. We were going over that.
Yep,
Okay.
you've got all the numbers in front of you.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the teams that are plus at least 450, there's 40 teams right now. So the cut's probably in the upper 450s we were talking about. Cash number right around 400, maybe a little higher.
Yep, we've got 5 teams that have posted a number starting with 4 or 5. 458, 6, 5, 5, and 3. We don't think it'll be 453. That implies only 6 teams from this squad. That seems a little low.
Yep.
We don't think it'll be in the 460s because that would imply 12 teams off this squad. That seems a little high.
Yeah.
So it should fall somewhere in there. And the interesting thing, Eric, I said there was 455 twice. There's a 455 Bolds and Justice. There's
there
a
is, too.
455 Zach Carter and Rich Blake. So
that could bring that into play.
as Bo said when I was a kid, and when Chris, we have the possibility of a tie.
Yes, yeah, and that's going to be. I think that's going to be right around the number. Now, having said that, if this squad, if they play a little tougher, if this squad theoretically isn't as strong as the other 4, maybe that number drops a little bit. But I mean, the squads, amazingly to me, have been really pretty equitable on the scoring. There's been 10 total teams get to 600 over. 2 off A, 1 off B, 3 off C, and 4 off D. Then if you go to the 450s, it's 10, 10, 8, and 12. So there's 40. 475, 9, 6, 7, and 9, 31. And 500, 8, 4, 6, and 9. So not a big variance there in numbers.
So how many would you predict coming off of this squad without looking at strength of squad?
Without looking at, and I kind of do know quite a few, but I think typically 8 or 9 teams are coming off this squad for the top 46.
Okay, so let's just say the strength of this squad is 2 teams to the good.
Okay.
2 teams to the, we're going to take 2 more.
Okay.
What
that
would
means
our
11 come off this squad.
What would our cut number be?
464.
464.
And the next number under that right now is 458. You and I both had that number circled yesterday, and I told Tony Resnick when he left yesterday that I thought that was good, 458.
Okay, what's the number above 464?
466.
Then?
469.
Then?
470.
Okay.
Then 475.
All right. I think
that's too far.
I think it's safe to say 470 is safe.
Yeah. Yeah, 470 is safe because
30.
you'd have to have 16 teams beat them.
So I'm going to look at strength of schedule, and I'm just going to give the Mike Flanagan analysis. And if you guys want to chime in or agree or disagree, what I'm looking for on this first pass is teams that should make the top 46 based off of their bowling resumes.
And the majority of these will make it, even though there'll be 1 or 2 of them that may not, but just off strength of names,
yeah.
yes.
All right.
All right. Ron Yoshida and Robert McGraw are on this squad. Garrett Cook and John Adams. Kenny Phillips Jr. and Tyler Meyer. Eddie Bird and Parker Capra. I'm going to put them at a half. Okay? That's just a personal handicapping
It'd probably
here.
be 50-50 to get in.
No offense to any players here. This is just my own prediction model.
Yep.
We know teams are going to come out of nowhere. All the players are great. Travis Anderson and Tommy Barnwell. Barnwell's bowling with Rick Kidd's jersey on today, by the way, which is pretty cool.
Very nice, very nice.
Dan Higgins and Chad Roberts. I'm going to put a Y by them, yes. Jason Jones and Jacob Jones. Mike Kahn and Kai Evans, I'm going to put it a half.
I'm going to give them a half as well, yeah.
Okay. Chaz Brewer and Dallas Baldridge. Chris Shipman and Doug Hymos. Cameron Doyle and Packy Hanrahan, I'm giving them a yes. Robert Scott and Andy Hurston. Kevin Audie and Dave Colburn. Andy Stone and Adam Johnson, not A.J. Johnson. Tom Partle and John Bogacki, I have to give a half.
I'm giving them a full. They finished 3rd last year in the whole tournament.
I'm giving them a half right now.
All right. Now,
Adcock and Queen, I'm also giving a half right now.
Yep.
Okay. Jordan Horns and Gohagen, I'm giving a Y. I'm giving them a yes.
Yep.
Julian Brown and David Cole. Newt McClellan and Jesse Hawkins. Jason Hester and Chad Barnes. Jason Mendenhall and Tony Robbs. Ari Wilson and Matt Zweig, I'm going to give a half. Marsala and Chris Taylor, I'm going to give a half. Farrell Williams and Zach Wilkins, I'm giving a yes.
I would too.
Joel Ray and Tyler Slawbaugh. Edgar Josephson and Jesse Scrivens. I think it's Eddie Josephson, by the way.
I mean, it goes by Eddie.
Jerry Mars and Lucas Hardigan, I'm going to put it a half. Stephen Jarvis and A.J. Johnson, I'm putting at a yes.
Yep.
Liz Johnson and Adam Barta, I'm putting at a yes. Gene Perez, and A.J. Rice, I'm putting at a yes. Nathan Rice and Garrett Jolly. Matt Peters and Chris Watson. Brandon Pierce and Joe Criswanos. Mike Haggett and Bud Kroll, I'm putting at a yes.
I'll give him a half.
Matt Sanders is right in front of us, and I don't see Jimmy Cook.
No, it's not.
I think the young
he's bowling
lady
with
is-
Justin Knowles.
Oh, he's bowling with Justin.
I'll go
Okay.
back to a half on Haggett with you guys, but I'm giving Sanders and Knowles a yes.
Yep, I would too.
Tammy Walsh and Chad Hankins. Mike Boogren and Jeff Grego. Chris Corbin and Daniel Dino, I'm putting at a half. Bob Ogle.
I'm gonna give him a yes.
Bob Ogle and Kenny Shaughnessy, Mark Stinger and Ryan Driscoll, Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi, Steve Taylor and Josh Grove,
I give them a half.
At least a half.
Ryan Sidney and Matt Wilhite, Cody Clayton and Danny Spink, Kent Sheffrey and Kevin
At least
Mason.
a half for Clayton and Spank.
I haven't seen Clayton bowl in a while, and I don't know if Danny's bowling full time. I can't put it at a half.
I'm biased, but I admit to it.
Britt Sturgeon and Terrence Cloud. All right, so if we just take the halves and the Ys that we just went through, I'm at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 and a half, 11, 12, 13.
You're at 13 off this squad.
13 off this squad. So give me, if we get 13,
469.
469 would be the cut number.
Which ironically would be Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett.
Yep, 469.
So out of those halves and full points we went through, we know that not every one of them will make it, but we do know some of the other teams undoubtedly will, that we didn't have a half.
So strength of squad, cut prediction is 469, but the actual number prediction would be, what'd we say, 11 spots?
Yeah, it'd be 464.
I don't think it's going to get there. I'm going to go out on a limb and say I don't think. Last squad there were 12 teams that got to plus 450.
Well, once we did that strength of squad, it kind of opened some eyes, doesn't it? Because every one of those halves could be wise.
Yeah, right.
Here's my counter, Mike. If we would have done the same exercise this morning, I would have wagered we'd come up with a number higher than 12.
Yes. And that's why I think this
Where's
is
the
going to
list
be
from
lower
this
than
morning?
Right there.
I'm not going to do it out loud.
Yeah, that number this morning could have been 16
It
or
could have
18.
been 18.
Yeah, yeah.
It's been that high in the past. And
Because theoretically,
We're
that's
saying-
always the
Yep.
strongest squad on paper.
Yep. And it matters less, but it still matters. Eric and I were talking before it came on air for that 58th spot, so the spot that cashes. And somewhere in the low 400s feels right.
Yep.
There's a couple teams at 430 over. So Zeke David and Tim Hyman, Pete Weber and Brandon Bone, where we feel confident they're not going to make the top 46, but we're also confident that they should make the top 58.
Yep. You know what's funny is we dice up these numbers here. You know, okay, so 400, right around 400 cashes. That's a 225 average.
I had 13 on this squad.
Did you? Okay.
I just did my own
Then maybe-
handicapping.
Then maybe this squad is.
I had, how many made it off the last one? 11.
There were 12 that went 450, so about 11 inside the cut number that we're looking at right now.
So 11 made it. So there were 2 less. So I said over here, how many? 13.
Yes. 13.
So 11 would be the 464 number.
Yep, 11 would be
Yep.
464.
Okay, our
But the
unofficial.
next number under that's that 458, which I've had circled since yesterday when you and I talked.
So my unofficial number right now, going through that exercise, is plus 464.
And I'll take the 458. Would that be something. If we sandwiched it there, we're only talking 6 pins. It's in
We're
that
close.
vicinity. It's in that
And
vicinity. Yeah.
the one other thing I'd add, yesterday, morning squad scored pretty well. We
Yeah.
had 7 perfect games. And then midway through the afternoon squad, Bill O'Neill would say, Mike, the lanes got warm and they stayed there.
Yeah, yeah.
And the scores plummeted the last 3 games. We didn't see that many games at all in front of us.
Well,
There
watched,
were some people who finished well on the low end. That's better.
I
Who
watched all.
finished with 460 or better.
Yeah.
And,
And that was
it's
moving way up late in the day yesterday,
right.
last
And
night. Yeah.
I mean, weather affects the center a lot. It's the same yesterday as it was today. Oil and procedures exactly the same.
What
I
watched
temper my
yesterday-
expectations
Yesterday
accordingly.
morning on A squad that I watched, as a whole, as an entire squad, I don't think the bowlers got quite as deep as they did on B, and then even deeper last night. Now this morning, there were guys that were pretty deep, fairly early.
Ogle was playing 6th arrow game 3
Oh, right, yeah.
and shot 260 or 270 doing
How
it.
many 300s have we had for the whole tournament? Do we know?
7, 9, 10, 12.
Because I said
As
yesterday,
far as I know.
because Anthony Dodd shot 300 the first game right out of the blocks, and I said by the end of the tournament there would be at least 25. I don't know if we're going to get there, but I think we could see 8 or 10 tonight.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
300s don't always correlate to high scores, and you can have a tough block and you might get 5 or 6 300s. They don't always
Yeah.
correlate. But
On this half, so from 33 down, we've got 1 left.
Also,
7 frames.
in the chat, people are asking when certain people are going to be coming through and those sorts of things. There's a skip procedure where they will be coming through. We have 2 streams for everybody. We got lanes 41 through 44 on stream number 2. Currently down there on those lanes, we have Bob Ogle and Kenny Shaughnessy, Mark Stinger and Ryan Driscoll, Eric Deal and Dave Pafumi, Steve Taylor and Josh Grove. So we do have 12 of the lanes for you of the 46 in use, and the players will come through. George Gohagan and Jordan Horns will be on the live stream. They started on 19, so 19 goes to, shoot down a little right,
35.
So we'll have them on the next game right here in front of us.
so pretty much everybody will be on live stream today.
At some
At
point.
one point in
At some
time.
point.
At least
Yeah.
once, if not twice.
Yes.
Many twice.
Yeah, 'cause you're gonna
Somebody
have
might sneak
96
in 3
pairs.
times.
Justin
Yeah, you-
Knowles has a 6-bagger now.
If you've got 12 lanes being live streamed, that's 96 for 8 games. So you're going to have a lot of opportunities to see a lot of outstanding players today.
Also, we want to thank our title sponsor, Hammer. They are doing a lot of interactive things with you, the audience, this weekend. First of all, you can go enter our bowling ball giveaway. You can get a hazmat or a new blue hammer over at InsideBowling.com. Click on the giveaway graphic. Give us your name, your email address, and answer 1 question for us, and you'll be entered in to win those bowling balls, which will be drawn on Monday morning, and you'll be emailed and notified who the winners are. Also, in addition to that, over on our website, InsideBowling.com, you can head over there and check out the bowling balls we have available for sale at a nice discount from our friends over at Brunswick. We have 11 bowling balls discounted over there. And also this weekend, we are discounting all of our apparel 20% off with coupon code HOLIDAY. HOLIDAY is the coupon code to save 20% at InsideBowling.com.
Liz Johnson started with the 5-bagger here. I don't know what she left in the 6th. I didn't see it. She's got a 4-pin here in the 7th.
I did get one question, Mike, before
Yeah.
you leave.
Yep.
So I was at lunch with some of our fans.
Okay.
They said, well, I know we have fans, right? Believe it or not. They said the stream quality this year was markedly improved.
That's good.
So I asked them, well, your connection could have been improved. And they're like, nope, it's the same as it was
They got fiber optic now.
here at St. Clair.
Yeah, so I'm able to stream at 4 meg, 1080.
Oh, that's the difference then.
There we go.
Yeah. So like
All of
when
that's foreign to
for
me.
instance, when I go to Iowa, I have to stream at 720 at 1.25 meg. So that's going to be the difference that people saw. I will be back before this game's over, guys. Just give me just a second.
Okay.
He might as well be talking Spanish to me because I don't know anything about any of this setup.
4 is greater than 1.25.
Okay.
That makes sense to me. That's
Yeah.
all I know.
Yep. Well, that's a good thing. If people are commenting about how strong the picture is, that's, it's kind of like on TV when they first came out with, HD many years ago. It was amazing how much more clarity there was in the picture.
Right,
So.
and you didn't want to watch standard definition anymore.
You never wanted to go back. No.
And now it's, just like many, our TV at home is just streaming through Hulu, and for the most part, it's fantastic.
It's pretty good, yeah.
It buffers for 30 seconds in a little blur, and we're like, well, that's terrible. And it's still way sharper than it once was.
Yep.
With standard definition.
Well, that's why when you're watching stuff on YouTube and you watch clips of, movies and videos and sports and stuff from 30, 40, 50 years ago, it's so grainy and fuzzy in that compared to the quality of today.
It's incredible.
But some of it still, you can watch videos from 80, 90 years ago, and it's amazing how much some of it is good, but you don't know how much that's been doctored or
you would assume
remastered.
a lot.
Yeah, because they didn't have that technology back then.
Just like, it's Christmas time, NBC is probably going to show It's a Wonderful Life for the 80th year in a row.
I hope so.
And it's probably going to be way sharper than it was 30 years ago, even though the movie hasn't changed.
Right, yeah. That movie was made in 1946, so it hasn't improved its quality in 77 years. So,
and somebody
has, though.
Just not anybody involved in making it.
Right, because they're all gone now.
Some of the kids from the Christmas party at the end might be alive.
I think there's one of the kids is all that's
Wow.
alive. I think, but I'm not 100% sure of that. Wow, they're finishing up game 1 already.
Yeah. One of the clues yesterday morning that we noticed was, hey, they're bowling fast. That means lots of strikes. The A squad yesterday did not take 4 hours. No breakdowns helped either.
Knock on wood. Have we had any breakdowns?
So 5 has had some blackout issues off and on, and 37 and 8 have dropped pins 3 separate times.
Okay. Other than that, that's pretty good. Yeah.
You'll take that for as much bowling as we've already watched.
Yeah, right.
Because
this has been nonstop action since yesterday morning at 8 o'clock. Jerry Mars leaves a solid 8 in the 11th there.
There's been no interest in a midnight squad.
No.
It's something that starts about 12:30 in the
However,
morning.
I did hear, am I correct that I don't know how serious they are, but they've mentioned a possible Thursday squad? Did you hear that as well?
So that's a rumor.
Okay.
I would assume I might hear it before others because I bowl the Thursday night league that would be affected by it.
Oh, you would know, yes.
I would probably know that somewhat soon, you would think.
And I have no idea. I have nothing to do with the administration of this tournament. I couldn't tell you how many teams are officially on the wait list. You keep hearing they have a long wait list of teams.
I've never seen it.
I haven't either. And if they do have a long wait list of teams, then that's something they may want to consider.
Yeah. So if you want to join that wait list, Jerry's going to post on the Facebook page for Holiday Doubles. Just go to Facebook, search Holiday Doubles. He's going to post a list of all the teams that pay their deposit this weekend. He's going to do that at some point this week. Probably won't be Monday, but he'll get to it.
If you don't pay your deposit this weekend while you're here, does that mean when you leave this weekend you've given up your spot?
That's exactly what that means.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And Jerry's going to post instructions on how to at least become eligible to enter.
Yeah.
And
well, if you think about
we'll go from there.
This is only the second year that they've had the 3 squads on Friday. Last year was the first year that they had that, and it filled instantly. I mean, is there another 46 teams of outstanding bowlers out there that want to get in this event? It wouldn't surprise me.
And what you might see is if they were to add a Thursday, you'd see some local teams move there.
Yeah, because the Thursday squad would have to be people within an hour or whatever, or local, because a lot of people aren't going to take 2 days extra off work to get here to bowl Thursday night. So there would have to be some cooperation there, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, Eric, we had some good scores on 35 and 6.
We did.
Pearson, Chriswanis, 487. Haggett and Kroll, 502.
Did
down
we
on the
give-
higher end, Bob Ogle, not to be confused with Matt, and Kenny Shaughnessy 5:15, and then on 44, Steve Taylor and Josh Grove with it looks like 5:55.
Which team is that? Lou?
44. It looks like 70. Yep, it looks like 79-79. It might be 5:58.
That's a pretty good start.
The
20
best start anybody's had was yesterday morning at 5:68.
The best game I've seen.
And I think that's the best game.
Is 5:68. Earlier this afternoon or this morning on the squad, Lauren Pate had 290, and her husband Matt Russo, Lauren Russo, and Matt Russo had 278, 5:68.
So
that
okay,
game.
2 5:68s. Okay. But out the gate, that's second best number. That's we had a miss in the fourth frame for one bowler and the eighth frame for the other. So that's what else we got here.
In the basket, take the basket with you.
All right, so we're still watching
Mike, who was on 37?
Yeah, here, I'll let you.
Sanders.
We're getting
and-
rid of this thing.
Sanders and Knowles.
Okay.
I'm going to put that right
Does
there.
that look like
So Sanders had 190 and Justin Knowles had 268.
so 461 there and 476 on the
Yep.
other side?
487 for Pearson Criswanos. And
There's supposed to be a lot of big numbers out of the gate. You've had 10 minutes of practice on that pair. I
Yep.
know that sounds easy. It's just like when
Yep.
you're bowling league and you have 10 minutes of practice and you start out with 168. That's not supposed to happen, but it does. But theoretically, you're supposed to have a lot of big starts, a lot of big
We had-
games early.
We had 10 500s game one this morning. We had the same yesterday morning. What we noticed, the middle squad yesterday was instead of 10, I think it was 4. Right out of the gate, 4
That's a
500s.
dramatic difference
So,
early,
so
yeah.
that caught our attention real quick and
Yeah.
saying something's up.
Yep.
Like Adam Barta is going to shoot 190 something.
And
Here's the left-handed grandma's teeth, the 267.
yep.
And
he went through it.
He went through it.
Oh, my goodness.
Went right through it. And doesn't look real pleased about that. As
No.
nobody would, but
At least
Liz
he
had
did it on the
234.
live stream question mark.
Somebody messed with my cameras down there on the other one. I'll be right back.
All right, so we have no bowling except for 41.
they're all moving. They're all in movement.
All moving. It won't,
Everybody's finished at the same time.
Well,
Same time it looks
it
like.
won't-
As the day goes on, that will not be the case.
no.
But
Yeah.
early on, it should be pretty much.
This morning was the most jumbled any of the squads have been. We were
I agree.
lots of waiting all over the place.
There was teams that were finished when some teams were in frame 3 and 4 of game 8. Yeah. Which, and I get that with depends. I mean, if you're flipping ends in game 8,
Yep.
that's going to be several frames. Or, like you said, if there's a mechanical
Yep.
issue or something
And
like that.
If you bowled at 8 o'clock this morning, you flip game 1, there's nobody here. You
Right.
flip game 6,
Yes.
good luck.
Yeah.
It's not like the old stories I've heard from like the Super Hoinky where you went outside to come back. It wasn't that bad, but
did.
it still took a minute. It's a 50-lane center straight through. It takes a while. All right, game 2, Eric, on 29, 31, and 2. We're going to start with Cameron Doyle
And
and Packy Hanrahan. Their cross is Robert Scott, Andy Houston. Next door, Kevin Audie, Dave Colburn, Andy Stone, Adam Johnson. On the other set of pairs, Jordan Horns and George Gohagan III. Their cross today, Julian Brown, David Cole, Newt McClellan, Jesse Hawkins, Jason Hester, and Chad Barnes. Gohagan always draws a live stream crowd. Usually draws an in-person crowd, and it's usually worthwhile.
Is that not the highlight of it? Mike, how long have you been live streaming this event? How many years?
I think it was 2011.
So, wow, 13. This is 13. Now.
Right. Now, we weren't on YouTube all those years. We did a lot of it back on live stream, and it's not archived, unfortunately. So it's early day. Well, fortunately for me.
Yes, I'm glad they're not around anymore.
Those were the training ones.
Yeah, yeah.
But that's the highlight for me of coming to this event and any big event as a spectator now. I don't bowl anymore, but as a spectator, is when you come to this tournament, it's a who's who of bowling. You have people flying in from all over the country just to bowl this event. And it's a highlight on a lot of these bowlers' calendar. You can see the comments on Facebook and social media and all that how much they look forward to coming here, which is, when you're on this type of a scoring pattern, a lot of people, would rather have them a little tougher, but on this, it just works for this event.
Yeah.
And I mean, I said it a few minutes ago, we were kind of talking about it. I said, okay, so if it takes 400 over to cash, that's 200 a player, that's 225 average. So if you think, okay, these are some of the best bowlers in the country, and all of them, most of the bowlers here average 225 or higher on house. But in this tournament, you've got 2 machines being used. That plays a factor on it. Plus, the better the bowlers, the more of them there are, the more they tear the pattern up. Even being a house shot, they can get kind of clipped. So you would think, okay, I'm going down to bowl a house shot. You'd think, okay, well, man, I got to average 240. And to be competitive for the top spots, you do. But you don't have to come down here and average 240 to get a check. You never have to average that down here because there's so many other factors at play. Another thing I love about this tournament is, what would you guys' guess be? And we don't have that in front of us, but as far as right-handers to left-handers. Most tournaments you go to, you think 15% of the field is left-handed. Most leagues are probably that way. I would bet it's probably 60-40 righties. Am I close, do you think, or not?
No,
You think there's 40%
First
lefties
number
in the
that
field?
jumped into my head was 2/3, 1/3.
So it's a little lower than 40, you think, huh?
Yeah.
On the left side.
Just because there's only so many of us to go around.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
I don't know if you covered this because I've been all over the place, but Julian Brown's bowling with Andrew Orff,
Oh, I didn't see him.
35 and 6. I just made the change here.
Oh, yeah.
He
No wonder we
started
didn't.
on 20.
No wonder we didn't see him on the roster. Okay.
Yeah.
Julian Brown is bowling with
Andrew
AO.
Orff. Yep.
Yep.
There's
And
one.
I thought Brad Miller was going to be bowling today. I haven't seen him.
I mentioned him earlier. I haven't seen him for a while, but I don't.
He told
think
me
he's
he
here.
was bowling in Kyle's place, but I guess that.
Well, we didn't call Kyle's name either, though.
Well, he's bowling in his place, but I know what you're saying. He's not on the list.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
See, Jason Queen and Tom Adcock just off to our left here. Jason just turned 50 in September, so I expect we'll see him out there bowling some senior events.
So he's a rookie.
Yep. What a year Tom had out there.
He had a good year.
Wow, yeah.
No question. This tournament's taking place just on the other side of the river from St. Louis. We're in Fairview Heights, Illinois, in St. Clair County.
Yeah, this is the last squad of qualifying.
Yep, they cut to 46 tonight.
Let's take a look at Gohagen here. Lane 36. Seen him carry that hit once or twice
I was
or
going to say he's
500
thrown
times.
a few strikes in his career. Yep.
He loves inside bowling live stream tournaments. He does really well in those.
Would you like to have $1 for every strike thrown in this tournament from yesterday morning to tomorrow afternoon? I wonder how much money we would have if we had $1 for every strike.
I would assume some of the newer scoring systems probably could calculate that for you.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
This one's 20-plus years old. I don't know if I can handle that.
Well, if you got
might.
if you got 230 teams, you have 460 bowlers, and they're bowling 8 games just in qualifying. So if each bowler's throwing 7 strikes a game, that's 460 times 56. You know, that's over 25,000 right there.
That's a few strikes.
Yeah, and that's just qualifying. That's not counting the semifinals or the match play finals.
Yep.
Another thing that's always amazing in tournaments like these, and that's, you know, about our sport in general, is there are many, many different ways to skin the cat. There's no 2 arm swings or no 2 approaches that are exactly alike.
Yep, talk about it all the time. This is a game of repetition. Kyle Troop said that the other day right here in the booth.
Yep.
Doesn't matter how you get there, it's a game of repetition.
And I always compare arm swings in bowling to Jim Furyk's swing in golf.
Sure.
It's that loop-de-loop figure 8, but he gets it back into the same position that Tiger and Jack and all the greats did in their careers. And you watch some of these swings, and you know, my game was really, really ugly when I bowled, but I got it back into a respectable position at the bottom. And you watch these good bowlers, and sometimes they do crazy things in the backswing or with their footwork, but if you watch them just at the line, if you freeze frame at the point of release, it's got to be pretty good or they couldn't repeat.
Yep.
Same thing with baseball.
Every sport.
You remember like Craig Counsell for the Brewers, he did all this like herky-jerky stuff.
Yeah.
Freeze it right when the ball comes.
Yep.
He's in the same spot
Yep.
as everyone else.
And I'm sure, and I don't know that much about some of the sports, but I'm sure every sport has the same thing. That there's nothing you have to do, but there's certain things that every good player has to do. I mean, look at your quarterbacks in football. Some of them practically throw it sidearm, you know.
Some of them are better runners than throwers.
Yeah. Yep. Well, just in the 4 in front of us here, there's 3 that started with a turkey.
Look at that. Trips the 4,
goodness.
6, 10. Not in that order.
No. Well, if they're all down, that's a good thing.
Sit down.
Yep, that's right. You're done. How many 300s did you say there have been? 17?
12 that we know of.
Oh, 14.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking.
You're counting it.
Yes, I'm counting the squad times. Yeah. So 12 perfect games so far. Yep.
Could we have missed one? Yes.
What's really amazing here is half of them came off the Friday morning squad.
Half of them, yeah.
And the other half have been divvied up amongst 3 squads.
And these 2 here from yesterday afternoon were in game 1.
And there was never one after
So we're
that.
thinking, well, we just had 7. We got 2 more. Why would we expect anything different?
yeah.
And they stopped
And there was
until
only
about
one last
10
night.
about 10 o'clock, 10:30.
That's a long span between 300 games in this tournament with this caliber of competition on a scoreable
And
pattern.
this many bowlers at once.
Yeah.
We got a few strings to open here in game 2. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'll stop those, Eric. Don't worry about them.
Just off to the left, I mentioned we had Jason Queen and Tom Adcock. Jason started with a 5-bagger, and Tom's in the 5th right now, trying to make it his 5-bagger too. Which
All the way on the left of the screen. Eric, you're getting the hang of this.
I was just going to say, that's the end of me, yeah. Are you guys good at that too?
I've stopped way more than 12.
I just mentioned it, and he went through the face and left a big ugly split. Sorry, Tom, that was my fault.
Oh, I'm way better than 50-50 this weekend. I didn't even. There's been some. They've got the front 6, 7. We haven't been talking about them. I just happened to look up. 10, 10. Some teams have the front 8, 10 collectively. All right, here's Stone 8. Goodbye. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Smash 7.
Folks, I don't know if you guys realize, but we got the best in the business here today with Eric Littig in here trying to project the cut along with Lee Bedoris, who does such a great job with his pencil in hand. So today's cut score should be quite nice. I also will probably grab my wireless headset and grab the wireless mic and call in some scores to you guys during game number 8. So we're going to go full bore here today on this stream.
Yeah, that's an important number because that will determine the 46 teams that have a chance to advance. And once you get that, if you make it to tonight, you put together some kind of run, you can have a chance to win the whole tournament because any team that makes it to tomorrow can win the tournament over the course of 12 match games.
Looks like down on 25 and 26 and 27 and 8. I'm sorry, I said that completely wrong. 41 through 44. We've got John Marsala, Chris Taylor, Farrell Williams, Zach Wilkins, Joel Ray, Tyler Slaubaugh, Edgar Josephson, and Jesse Scrivens for you down there on Channel 2 if anybody wants to watch those guys bowl. And this place is starting to get pretty busy again.
Tonight's going to be crazy. A Saturday night with the semifinals, and I mean, it was crowded in here last night, but I think tonight will be more crowded.
It will.
Yep.
How did, I'm just going to look at a couple of things. How did Ronnie Sparks and Zeke Bate do today?
They are, I think they're on the
45th.
Yeah, they're on the
they're
on the outside looking in. Yeah.
So they're in that. We're
hopeful cash range.
We're hopeful cash range with a chance of coin flip. But even if you finish 58th, you double your money.
Yeah.
The prize fund's very similar to last year, if it's not exactly the same.
Yeah, they have it posted in the office. 10,000 to win. Yep.
So the difference between 47th and 58th is $10 a guy.
Minimal. Yeah.
The difference between 48th and even 18th isn't that much. Then it starts going up a little bit. If you make tomorrow, you're guaranteed $1,000. You win the thing, it's $10,000, just out of zero. No big deal.
Who won this tournament last year? I'm drawing a blank.
Andrew Anderson and Andre Gonzalez, the Michiganders.
Yep, and they were bowling very well yesterday. What did they finish at? They actually started out incredibly, but then they kind of tapered off, and then they used a big finish to get in.
30th at tied for 29th at 483.
Yep. Yeah, they had a big finish that last game to get to 483. Because they ran in, I think Andrew had a couple opens early, and they needed a big finish to get
Andre picked him up big time.
He did, yep. Well, he started out with 820 something his first 3.
Is that good?
That's a lot of X's. I want to take a moment here to let somebody know where a lot of people down here are thinking about him. Jeff Krager, back in Davenport, Iowa. A lot of people know Jeff. He lost his 18-year-old son last Friday night in a car accident.
Oh, no.
The services and the funeral and everything was today. And anybody that knows Jeff, he's an incredible human being, as is the whole Krager family. And we're all thinking of you, Jeff, right now. I'm sure you're not watching, but
yes, we are.
We're all thinking about him and his family and all of his friends. They had a moment of silence down here for Rick Kidd, which I thought was necessary. Undoubtedly, he was a big figure down here and very good bowler, very likable left-hander that had a lot of success in his career. And he's missed this event like he's been here every year, and he's missed down here too.
First time I bowled against Rick was probably 15 years ago, and for some people in this tournament, that's a blink. They probably bowled against him 40 years ago.
Yeah. It's amazing how how time flies. What's also amazing here is I'm just seeing Andrew Orff for the first time in maybe a year, and he has lost a lot of weight.
He's doing a lot of ball videos with Mike. He's been doing mechanic work at Shrewsbury. He's been doing mechanic work for some other centers on a ad hoc basis. He's, of course, at helping Pops out at the pro shop. Andrew's been drilling most of my equipment lately, and been doing a fantastic job. And
if you talk about the Webbers being the first family of bowling in the St. Louis area, the Orffs would probably be the second family over the last, 50 years? They are right up there. That's bowling royalty in this area.
Yeah, among families who are still, around in bowling.
Yeah.
That's tough to argue.
Yeah.
Steve Orff has the most comprehensive history of this tournament. He posted on Facebook every so often. It's been a little while since I've seen it. Going back to the early days at
how many years has this tournament
more
been
than
in operation?
more than 40.
Yeah, wow. And
Jerry's been around for 40, but it goes back past that.
And it's done nothing but grow in prestige, stature, participation. It just keeps adding to its legacy.
Yeah, before Mike became involved, the furthest people would travel was Springfield.
Yeah. And
it's
now
just
look,
really not that far, only a couple hours. And that's only something, a few guys would come down. Maybe Peoria or Champaign or Southern Illinois. It's a couple hours. That's about it. Now we've got everywhere from California to New Jersey.
Lots of people fly in from California for this event. Yeah.
I mean, the Bones are from Jersey.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if that's exactly where they came from for this, but they're from New Jersey.
Yep. I know people that have come up from Georgia and the Carolinas for this event.
We've got a couple handfuls from Louisville.
Yeah. Daniel Farish was here earlier. He bowled the last squad.
But Lambert and Roseberry and Mike Wolf. And
I didn't see how Daniel and his partner finished. Oh, yeah, 17th. Yep, they're sitting good. Yeah, he bowled with Brandon and Flora.
The other number that we're going to start talking about is 12th.
Yeah.
Which...
Well, right now there's 10 teams at plus 600, so 12th right after this squad would be somewhere.
Well, you got another gap.
Big gap.
So 10th is 611.
35.
11th is 576. My wager for 12th would be somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, right. And that's a big gap in there. But yeah, so really, if you think 12th may be on the low side of that, maybe 570 to 580, there's going to be a lot of teams tonight that have a chance to make that ground up to make the top 12.
And a lot of teams thinking, well, if I could just carry that 10 pin on a string, that's 21 pins. And you
bowl for 5 hours, 12 games. Or
you're thinking about
games.
One shot.
Yeah. And that's why you keep going. You keep grinding. You keep working. You keep trying to figure things out because one shot might make the difference.
Or who was it yesterday? Had 279 going. All right. We're going to flip the camera here, Eric.
Somebody's got them all?
Marcel's got the front 9.
Okay.
Watch this.
John does?
Yeah. Forward here. Look at that.
Yep.
Somebody had the front, had 279 going through the 9th and went Greek Church. So instead of 279, they shot 240.
Oh, yeah. That's 40 pins on one ball. Yeah.
So we're flipping over to channel 2.
Yep, there we are. And his partner's working on 2-0 or 2-team.
That
and in this tournament,
two team for Taylor.
Yeah, and in this tournament, those are big because when your partner is struggling a little bit to shoot 2-0, you need your partner to shoot 250 or 260 to hold you up.
Hate to interrupt you, Eric. We got a longer string on 46, so it's going to be just sneaking onto the right side of the camera. The bowler that is bowling on 46. So that would be the team that started on 30, which would be Steve Jarvis and A.J. Johnson.
That's not a surprise there, is it?
So it's Steve Jarvis up on the approach. He's throwing the radioactive vibe that'll be sneaking on the lane right there. And at least a 10 pin,
Yep.
and the 7 might be there too. It is.
You did it again, didn't you?
I did. Sorry, bud. 280 something. You asked why there's only 12 300s, Eric. I present you.
There
me.
could be 30 if you weren't here, couldn't there?
So I'm actually part of the expense management program for the Christmas presents. As long as it comes over under a certain number, I get a bonus.
So you're trying to influence that number.
Just by watching.
Yeah, yep. Okay.
Chris Taylor did throw his double.
He did.
And their cross is Farrell Williams and Zach Wilkins. Zach is done at 79.
And Farrow's up now.
Yeah, and Zach's from Canada. Is he
Yeah.
not? So
that's a really good team, too.
they've made top 12 before. Chris Taylor says, John, it's really not that hard. You just dump it down there and stay balanced like I always am. And
Farrell spent a lot of years as the bowler with the most sanctioned 300s. I honestly don't know who holds that title now.
Is it Adam?
Oh, you might be right.
He's got a. I lost count.
Yeah,
Pete would know, but
you might be right.
I haven't got to say hi to Adam yet. He did rub my head when he came by.
All right.
John Marsala from St. Louis on lane 41.
He's up right now. Yep. Working on the front 9. We don't have the standings from game 1. I don't know what he had game 1. That looks good. Yep. Split the 8-9 straight back for 10 in a row.
Let's see what Adam has. He's got the new blue hammer in his hand, and that's all right. Here we go. We'll let John throw his first shot here, and then we'll start. But Taylor and
scores
Grove
just came in.
Yeah,
Yep.
they did lead the squad after one at 158 over. We saw them go 79-79. Here's John Marcella.
That's good. Yep.
We only had, remember, Eric, a couple minutes ago, we were talking about the 500s in game 1?
Yes.
This squad, we only had 5.
Okay.
Not 10 like we had this morning,
Right.
only 5.
Well, and I was looking down here to see. Yeah, I thought we put a half next to Steve Taylor and Josh Grove.
Well, I did. I don't know what he did.
Yeah, we did. But that half looks like a full one if you count game 1.
It's a good start.
I know we're a long way from 500 over or 450 over, but you can't start much better now.
Yeah, you're a third of the way there already.
Yes, in one game.
John Marcella says,
Front 11 for John Marsala, Mike.
I only got one left.
And here's the 300 attempt, and it's good.
No, it's a
wrapped
7.
Oh, that was a good shot. Might have been, I don't know this, might have been in a tick, but he threw it pretty good.
5:15 for Taylor and Marcella. Adcock and Queen, 157 over. Mendenhall and Robs, 116. Bob Ogle and Shotkinsey, 115. Kroll and Martin. So I think that's a late change. So it is not Michael Haggett, it is Kendall Martin.
Yeah, I didn't think I saw Michael Haggett here.
Yeah, we thought we saw him down there, but nope, you're right, Mike.
And then we've got Newt McClellan, Jesse Hawkins at 95. Ty at 7th. Doyle, Hanrahan, and Phillips Meyer, 89. Pierce, Chriswanos, 87. And then Gohagen and Horns, 10th on the squad after game 1 at 485. We had 21 teams shoot 460 or higher. Almost half the field.
You know, you mentioned Tom Adcock and Jason Queen at that big start at 157. They've got another good game here. Jason shot 246.
And Tom is going for a very...
Did I do that to him twice?
Yes, you did. Tom Adcock's game on 34. Front 4, ugly split.
Tom will never speak to me again.
Next 4 through the beakers.
Yeah. He struck every time I didn't talk about him, and the 2 times I talked about him, he got 4 and 7. Yeah, we just talked about how big those shots are. He had a chance to shoot 260 and you're going to turn it into 2-teen on one ball
Yeah.
by taking 4 out of the middle. And as soon as I say that, he'll convert it. But
Exactly. On the live stream for you.
and
He got 5.5.
he wobbled the 4. Wow.
224 with the
Yep.
count.
That's still a good game, 470. After a really nice start, they're already 227 over. So they're halfway to to that cut number that we keep talking about.
How does that go? Oh, we're halfway there.
Yeah. Bon Jovi. But in this tournament, it is kind of funny, though. You can be halfway there, and 2 games later, you might still only be halfway there. Because you can't keep that pace up. Eventually, you're not going to throw. Both partners throw 9 or 10 a game.
I got the
You're not gonna have
standings
that.
after game 1 on the screen.
Thank you. So Marcel and Taylor were only 31st, Eric, after a game at 21 over.
Oh, so they needed that.
Bumped
Yeah.
115. Now they're just fine.
Yep. Liz Johnson and Adam Barta started a little slow with 432.
We'll catch up with them in a little bit.
Yep. There's a rough finish right in front of us there.
Turn 240 into 210 and one shot.
And on top, 9 out in the 10th,
Yeah.
turned 278 into 246. So they had 461, but they were looking at 5 1/4. Those are the kind of things, if you, at the end of the day, if you look at that and you're 20 out of the cut or 20 out of the semifinals or 20 out of the cash, those come back and bite you. But that's part of tournament bowling.
All right. We're still keeping a pretty even pace. I like this across the house. Game 3.
How you doing, man?
The
Good
first
to see you, Mr. Coates.
The first pair group, Mike, 29, 31, and 2. Sherfree, Mason, Sturgeon, and Cloud. Yoshida and McGraw, Cook and Adams. And then we'll have Anderson and Barnwell, Higgins and Roberts, Jones and Jones, Kahn and Evans. On the live stream.
Mike Kahn and Kai Evans, the first game, 468. Steve Jarvis and A.J. Johnson, 478, game 1.
With a 280 from Jarvis. You don't know what AJ had.
I'm going to bring it into the booth and then leave.
He's going to bring it into the booth and then leave, which makes me get up to fix it no matter what, right?
What's he going to do?
He's going to leave.
He's had enough of me already. I can't blame him. I can't believe you're still here. Usually I have that effect on people.
Well, this is a race to the bottom, apparently, then.
Who's going to be left, huh?
Who's going to be left standing?
Here's a little bit of a slow start here, which, again, this is a long format tournament, but A.J. Rice and Gene Perez, minus 34 after the first game.
Ow.
Would I pencil them off right now? Not on your
No.
life. But still, that's an interesting start for that team. Mike, we were just talking about an interesting start here. You would not have expected this, but it's tournament bowling. We've all done it. Gene Perez and A.J. Rice, minus 34 after the first game. As I just mentioned, would you pencil him off right now? That team off right now?
No.
No, not on your life, but that is an
not that
interesting
team.
start. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're capable of going 700 over
Oh, yeah.
for 8 games.
Yes.
Right? So what is that per game?
Well, 700 over for 14, that's 250 average. Well, a little
No,
more than that.
87.
700 divided by 8 games is 243.
243.
Right?
But I mean, to make that up, it's almost
So let's go.
240.
You gotta go 100. You gotta go 100 over.
Let's go
Yeah.
88 times 7, 616 minus how much are they down? 34.
That's 6. Yep.
They still, in my opinion, can get to 582.
I agree with that. Yep. And I wouldn't bet any money against it, not even a $10 bill.
Which means they have about 80 or 100 pins to play with.
Yep.
So they can still bowl. They can still bowl a 380 game
And still get there.
and make it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
If you get my drift.
Well, like I said, that's interesting in looking at this and seeing the fluctuation as the tournament progresses. On every squad, you see that. I mean, if you look at these after 1, when they come in after 8, these are going to be dramatically different in places.
Lee, who do we have here? 29 through 32.
We went through it.
Oh, you did.
Just a second
you already
ago.
had them.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, he mentioned
All
it.
right.
Yep.
I just noticed Packy Hanrahan's jersey.
Yeah, the Pac-Man.
It is a Pac-Man jersey.
Oh, I did not see that.
That is pretty good.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
on Channel 2 right now if you want to watch Packy.
Well,
Yep.
we'll see him later for sure, but and he leaves at 6-7. I just can't even only get him started.
Packy and Cameron down there on
This
Channel
is
2.
ridiculous.
Robert Scott, Andy Huston, Kevin Audie, Dave Colburn, Andy Stone, Adam Johnson.
Yeah, you're not only breaking off strings, you're preventing them from starting quick.
I'm not only a professional, I'm a client.
Yeah.
Need anything to drink, either of you?
Water.
I'm good.
Water? You got it.
Oh, Jason Jones right in front of us here. Looks like rolling with his son. Mike, what's in the live stream pairs other than 41 through 44?
Yeah, we got 29 through 32. Then we skipped 33 and 4. So we got 35 through 38. So we always got some sort of picture-in-picture going on. So over here is our 31 through 34. And then down here we got 35 through 38.
Yep.
And then I flip them at times, which is basically these two screens here.
Mike Kahn, outstanding collegiate bowler at Morehead State many years ago. There's a lot of Christmas-themed jerseys here this weekend, aren't there, Mike?
There are.
And I love all of them. Kai Evans out of the gate with an early double.
Last time I bowled on a Mike Flanagan live stream, I shot 299 with 4 Brooklyns and a roll 2.
Yeah, and I had a nickname for you. What?
I think it was the sprinkler.
The
Sprinkler.
The sprinkler.
I don't know if it was it really the sprinkler?
It wasn't a good one.
I don't think it was just sprinkler by itself. It had to be like
There was something else.
this. I don't know. I probably put super in front of it or something.
Super sprinkler.
Eric, I don't know how I get away with this stuff. But yet the funny thing is, Kai Evans comes over and wants to let the world know
He
that he was
started
known
it.
as the sprinkler.
Yeah, we didn't instigate that.
Right.
Comment, subscribe, as you see the page.
That's right. Link, comment. Yeah.
That's what I got to do.
Yeah.
Mike, the sprinkler's up again.
Well, it's good for the sprinkler here.
And he's flushed 3 of them.
And he's flushing it and putting 6 into 10 and everything.
Yeah.
I am a big fan of Kai Evans.
Thank you.
It's all about creating room on the lane. So if I'm calling you a sprinkler, it just means you're throwing it good.
Yep.
I mean, if I have as much room as I do to be a sprinkler,
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. Even funnier, went home that day, realized my left sock was on inside out. Knew I was going to be on the live stream again today.
Oh, yeah, you had it.
Left
Yeah.
sock is on inside out again.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
That one's hard to comment on, isn't it, Mike?
It is. Moving around here a little bit.
Just let it go.
Yeah, Yep.
Just let that one go.
So if we had 460 bowlers, how many bowling balls were brought to this tournament?
Oh, if they drove 15
Yeah.
per
yes.
bowler. If they flew
Probably
6.
6, yes. Yeah.
So I would say half the field is local, half the field is from out of, or half the field no, hold on, wait a minute, that's way off. 80% of the field drove here, 20% of the field flew here,
And I think that might even be a little high.
10% flew.
Maybe 10. If
Okay,
that,
so
yeah.
60 times 10 teams.
Yep, that,
Well, not 10 teams, 20 teams. So 220, let's just 226 teams times 12.
230 teams total, and if 23 of them flew
Okay.
and 207 of them drove, that's 15, that's 3,000.
Jeez.
And that's teams, so that's 6,000. That's a lot. I'm done figuring that. I don't care.
You got to adjust for Bob Manker yesterday, who came in and had one ball.
Oh,
He was one of the 4 guys who took the place of no-shows.
yeah. Well,
And he just had one ball.
As I pulled into the parking lot yesterday morning,
Yep.
I saw his partner rushing to get his equipment out of the trunk, and I thought, oh man, he's running late. And then I found out not long after that 2 bowlers, did they ever find out why they weren't here?
I don't know.
A team didn't show.
We had 2 teams that didn't show.
Yesterday morning?
Yes.
Holy smokes.
So they made an announcement, and one guy put his hand up and said, "I'll bowl," and some other guy quickly followed. And the third guy heard the second guy, and Jerry's like, "Well, I need a partner." And Benny heard about that and said, "I'll bowl," and therefore the squad was filled.
And he almost shot 300.
And he
the front
almost
10 one
shot
game,
300.
Up to stone 9.
And he said that his 3-year-old granddaughter was watching on the live stream.
Oh, that's cool.
And he leaves a stone 9, and she punches the pillow and
Oh.
says, "Darn!" And I told him to send me the video, and he hasn't done it yet.
Yeah, that was good. Yeah, you hope nothing happened or anything but 2 teams, not your deposit, your entries paid already and everything.
Yeah.
And wow, that's highly unusual.
Yeah, but that was the first day, first squad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Friday morning is a tough ask.
That's what, if you're going to have something like that happen, that's probably when it would, right?
Yeah, I mean, work or,
Oh, yeah, something
definitely
could have gotten in the way. Yeah. Well, here's a team right in front of us here. Both players going. Did I do it again? Oh, my God. Oh, I thought I did it again, but he ripped the 7-10 out of there. That's Mike Kahn and Kai Evans. Both have the front 5 here.
I would warn him to be careful.
Yes.
Guys, over here on 35 and 36, we saw Andrew Orff go high quite a few times, right? And he did not bowl a good game, 170. Chad Roberts came over here, and I just watched him 4-6 on 36. The problem here is they're coming from down on the low end, and they're actually been described as slick as snot Then they come down here and they just can't believe how much more they're hooking. So these
Yep.
guys came from what pair? So
Well, it's got to be left of 25 because that's the split. They're oiling with two different machines.
They came from 23 and 4.
Yep,
It looks
yep.
like.
That's the last pair on the low end. Yeah.
yeah, so they come down here and it's just like night and day.
Yeah, just like when they're moving from the high end to the low end, our move has been an arrow right for the most part, unless it's later in the day and then it's 2 or 3. But if you move from the high end to the low end, it's been an arrow move, and in some cases a ball change as well. Kai Evans going for a 6-bagger, and he's got it.
See, and I like this. He's attacking the dry.
Yeah.
A lot of speed up the back of it. And it doesn't hurt that he's 12 feet tall.
I was going to say
No.
that's his game.
No
Yeah.
stilts. No stilts for him.
Yeah. I think Kai's 6'4" or 6'5".
All natural.
Yep.
No performance-enhancing growth hormones. See, Danny on this right lane went high, too.
That's tournament bowling when you move pairs, but even more so, like you mentioned, because they're significantly different on the low end compared to this end, but you've got to make adjustments, and that's tournament bowling. I've always said my whole life that's what separates the men from the boys.
Look at
is
that big
changing
4.
pair. He did. Yep.
I'm telling you guys,
He's,
When
and
he
he's
turned-
looking. He's looking at me.
when
He
Pete,
turned
what did I
around-
do?
He turned around and said something. We're not going to repeat what he said, but we've all said it.
He made eye contact with me when he said it.
Like, you didn't cause that one. I've been sitting next to you. You had no bearing on that one.
I know, and he's only on a 1-bagger. I don't bother those.
And his partner went through the face in 4-6 again.
Wow.
Wow, that pair's on fire.
Mike's gonna go say hi, but he didn't bring the microphone. We have this. This thing works, Eric. If we
I've
we
seen him
need
use it.
I don't.
yeah.
I don't know how much range we got.
Well, that might not be one of those on-air interviews you want to have right now.
Yeah.
If you look at that team game, like I said, I saw him say something. Oh, Mike Kahn trips out the high.
Does he have his umbrella out?
Yeah. I saw him say something after that big 4.
I don't. You familiar with Kai at all?
Oh, yeah.
I'm not.
Yes, Kai left Mount Mercy. He bowled there last year, and now he's at SCAD in Georgia. He's a collegiate bowler. He's always been very talented. And Mike Kahn is coaching, helping Katie Thornton coach at SCAD now. He bowled collegiately at Moorhead State many years ago. Outstanding All-American player.
What is that? Savannah College of
Art and Design.
And they have a bowling team.
Yep.
That's really good.
Very competitive team. Yep, there is 7 in a row.
I can't say I'd ever heard of them until about, what, 3-4
They
years
came
ago?
into prominence about 5 years ago. Yep.
Okay, it's close.
Yep. One of my former players, Jordan Monans, goes there now. He graduated from St. Ambrose, and we don't offer a master's in illustration, so he's now at SCAD. And he bowled pretty good with Tyrell Ingalls yesterday.
We said the name a lot. Well, you're hoping we said it right, but I
Yeah.
said it as you did, so.
And they're pretty high in the standings after yesterday. Yeah, they're 22nd going into this squad. So, well, Mike Kahn's up right now. It's got a hook. Oh, and it did. It snapped the 10 out.
I mean, obviously, you're far more familiar with college bowling today than I am. Is the last COVID year still affecting?
Still
it's
hanging
the last
around.
one, like it is the major.
Well, yeah, but
sports?
if bowlers sit out, they can prolong that, and it's still a factor in college bowling. Yeah. Like Cameron Crow's in his 5th year at St. Ambrose this year, and he was a freshman during the COVID year. So he's a 5th-year senior this year for me.
Guys, I'm going to throw it out there right now. We got a Team 14 bagger.
Yep.
Are we going to see 600?
I'm going to say if Las Vegas were to set the current odds like they do, constantly fluctuating odds, what would the odds be of this finishing? I'd say 5 to 1.
More than that.
Maybe 10 to 1.
Still more, yeah,
Yes.
probably. I mean, because you still need 12 strikes.
Yes,
You
but
still
with
need-
each strike, those odds go down.
Correct. I've got it right now at this point. I've got it at 17 to 1 right now.
And I'm gonna pick their score, and I'm gonna say they're both lined up, they're both throwing it good, and I'm gonna say 578 is my over/under. Are you taking the over or the under?
Oh my goodness, that's such a good number, Eric.
You do that to me all the time.
That's such a good number.
You say, are you taking the over/under all the time? I put it right back on you. Didn't
I am going to go ahead right now and tell you guys that one player is going to bowl 300 and one player is going to bowl 289.
So you're going to take the over.
I am going
I'm
to
going to
take
take the over as well.
I'm going to take the over.
I'm
on
going to
this.
go out on a limb and I'm going to say we're going to see it.
We've also been talking about how this pair is tough. How the left lane has major carry issues.
I'm going
And guess what? They're finishing on the left lane.
I'm going out on a limb and I'm going to say we're going to see it right here.
Kai Evans is going to bowl 300. Unless he gasses the 12th one and gets nervous.
He throws it pretty hard.
He could gas it in 2 pin.
Or 5-7.
That's good. Yeah, he could gas it. He could totally gas it.
I'm going to give it about a 10% chance of happening in 600.
We're only two frames away, but it's not just the 2 frames. It's the nerve factor and the adrenaline factor and all of that. I still believe very highly that we got a really good shot at this.
I'm essentially giving every shot an 80% chance of striking.
Well, and by comparison, okay,
So it's about 1 in 6 now.
So we've got these 2 screens, this one screen right here, and
Yeah.
we've got Team 16 bagger,
Yep.
and then we've got the team on 35 and 36 that is now 48 under through 4.5 frames.
Yep.
That's the discrepancy sometimes in.
Yeah, well, you got 2 guys that place the ball into the lane. You know, a guy in his 40s, a guy in his 30s,
Yep.
I believe. And, you know, these
There we
guys are just crafty veterans that just missed a big move.
Yeah, and you watch the finish this game. This is what tournament competition is all about.
Dan just went to an Axiom.
Yep.
I went down and talked to him for a minute.
Did you? Big
Yeah.
ball changes, big moves.
I think it was an
okay.
Axiom. It could have been a Journey with Surface.
Kai Evans up in the 9th frame now, folks. Here we go. That's good.
Yep.
Yep.
Here we go. Front 9.
It's a 9-bagger there.
Kai Evans. I think I'm going to sign him to inside bowling staff. That doesn't exist right now,
Okay,
but
here we go. They both got a double over there now. That's what tournament bowling is. When you move to a new pair, the old saying in college bowling, I always gripe and complain. I say, why can't we just be even after 3 frames? Why do we always have to be 40 or 50 under digging our way out of a hole?
right?
When you move to a new pair, you don't just fall into it every time. That looked a little.
Oh, baby.
Did that look slow to you?
You know, I
I
haven't
don't
been
think so. Maybe
quite
not.
studying it. He might have rolled it into the lane, which made the
Yeah.
ball appear to roll a little differently.
Yeah, but
which
it came
could-
off it really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, if anything, the release looks slightly better
Yeah.
than the 710 that wasn't.
Yes, you're right. The last time or two frames
Yeah.
ago on that lane, he trooped the 10 out of the 710. Right. Okay, so now that's 17 to 1. What is that now, Mike? Is it about 10 to 1? Or is it down to 8 to 1?
Dan Higgins is big for it again.
Oh my goodness.
Right now I would put it at like 6 to 1.
It's down. It dropped dramatically.
Yeah, 6 to 1 now.
Okay.
I'm gonna, for possible clipping issues here, I'm gonna just make this all about them.
Yep.
All right, here we go. We got a possibility for a 600 game here in game number 3 of 8 at E-Squad qualifying into 2023 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Kai Evans up right now. 10th frame.
A little right. Oh, it came back really strong. And this is how you gain a lot of pins in a hurry in this tournament.
200 of them. Bird, bird, bird. Bird is the word. I see that in the chat right now. Baba Booey.
Yeah. After one game, they were in 18th plus 68. We don't know what they had game 2. But regardless of what they had game 2, they're going to be sitting a lot better after game 3. Regardless of how the finish of this game goes.
They are currently plus 80 after 2. I have it in my inbox.
Oh, so they had 412. Okay. So they're at 4. So they're at plus 80.
So here's Kai again, looking for the second one in the 10th. This will put him in the 280s, or 290s, excuse me. There it is.
Solid in the 1-3. That is a team 20 bagger. Yeah, that's unbelievable. Right next door on 35 and 36, the 4 6s and big 4s that we've seen on that pair. Mike, that is one of those, if I had bowlers bowling on this squad and they were coming to 35 and 36 next,
yeah,
I would be on the move.
Yeah. Here we go. Kai Evans looking for perfection, a 300 game to close out the first of 2 possible 300s here.
Hook.
There it is. 300. Kai
Almost
Evans.
took too much.
That Mike said he might gas it. Well, he grabbed that.
Yeah, he
But
did.
he threw it really hard, like you said. He gassed it and he grabbed it. He threw that one into the pocket. And here we are with Mike Kahn now having a chance to add his own 300 game up there.
Mike Kahn, former Junior Team USA member. Very respectable bowler. Here we go, 10th frame.
Snaps that 10 right out of there.
22 in a row for his team.
How many times, Mike, on 37 have we seen that half 10 hit today not carry? When
So-
he needed it the most, it went.
And
Hey,
these
by the
guys
way-
are snapping it out of there every time.
These guys are the opposite clouds because Kai just said, put
Oh.
me on a Mike Flanagan streaming pair any day. So it's opposite clouds right here. You think Kahn feels a little pressure at this point
I would think so.
in a qualifying round on a house shot at a doubles tournament?
I would still think it's there. If
Okay.
it's not, something's going on. Probably maybe a little bit more adrenaline than pressure, but still there's pressure there.
He's taking deep breaths. He's taking his time.
I mean, these guys can bowl their whole lives, and how many chances are you going to get to do this?
Here we
That's
go.
got a hook.
Oh,
it
baby.
did.
6 into the 10.
Oh.
Hello. Let's go. That's a team 23 bagger.
Yeah, you might bowl a lot of years competitively, and you're not going to get I don't care if it is on a house shot. You're not going to get this very often.
No.
You
Let
know?
alone do you get to see it.
Yeah,
This
right.
is unbelievable.
They just came by and asked us for $5 a piece to watch this shot.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, this is it to tie a world record, everybody.
Yes.
This cannot be beaten. It has
No.
been done before, but they are going to join the possibility of being a world record holder. Mike Kahn, here we go, for 24 in a row for his team. Oh, baby.
My.
How about
Oh,
a little
ringing
599?
And the chorus of boos.
Kai Evans and Mike Kahn, thank you for the show.
that was really good that it was on a live stream pair right in front of us.
Right in front of us.
We had front row action for that one.
We did.
And their poor crosshairs bowling very respectably, 226 and a possible 237, but nobody even knows about them.
Nope.
They got all the they hogged all that attention to themselves.
And here is the 10 pin again in
Here's
slow-mo.
a replay of the shot.
He was a little in and a little grabby.
Yep.
Tell he wasn't
He's
quite sure.
The hands behind the back. He was waiting. He knew that if it wasn't going to strike, it was going to be a 10, and he knew that
Yep. Here's your
because he knew
scores,
it was
Lee.
in.
Woo,
All right.
that was
well,
fun, guys.
It's going to be easy to remember the high game of the weekend.
Yeah, that.
$5.99
Yep.
after 2 games, which are we're going to change these. because we're going to add 200
We
to one team.
no, we're only going to add 199.
I'm rounding up. All right, Steve. They earned a spirit point for doing
Yes,
it on the live
that's
stream.
right. Give him an extra point. Yeah.
Steve Taylor, Josh Grove, 241. Adcock and Queen, 227. Jarvis and Johnson, 211. Higgins and Roberts, 182, but in a world of hurt this game.
Yeah, they're going to have to rally here.
Brandon Pierce, Joe Criswanos, 176. They're in fifth. Farrell Williams, Zach Wilkins, sixth. Eric Deal, Dave Pafumi, seventh. And then we got Boot Kroll, Kendall Martin, Cameron Doyle, Patrick Handerhan, Bob Ogle, Kenny Chakanty rounds out the top 10. Kahn and Evans were in 28th at plus 80.
True.
So we'll just now
They
make
could
them
go from
279.
They could go from 28th into second or third, possibly.
Yeah, fourth at worst, maybe.
Yep.
Well, we were just talking about A.J. Rice.
What did they have game 2? Oh, my.
They're still on the second page.
They're still only plus 18. They did shoot 50 over that game.
All right, Kai.
Where am I doing this?
Right here.
Right here?
Mike, if you can bring us in the booth.
Yep.
A little too tall for this.
Kai Evans opening his Christmas present.
Yo!
Oh, that's good for planes.
Nice little neck massage.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
put that on the
Yeah.
plane.
Yep.
Well, you're
You can use that between frames.
I might give it to Mike. He looked like he needed it a little bit more.
well. I was thinking you could keep it in case your back gets sore from carrying your teammate.
That could also be a reason. You know,
That would be a good one.
You had to
All
hold
right.
him up that game, Kai. You had to hold him up that game. You had to hold him up that game, your partner.
a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Emotion just not seeing anything. So I was trying to give him an idea in the 10th, but you know, sometimes they don't all fall.
Understood.
My eyes were 199 over after that game.
Yes, very entertaining.
Great game. Great
Yes, yes.
game. Wow. That was fun.
Yeah, you don't get many shots at those, $5.99. That was a fun game to watch.
Yeah,
As-
it's been done in holiday doubles, I believe, but only once and a long time ago
And
at
you-
Redbird. Jerry knows.
Yeah, even like I said, with this field and when you're on, scoreable conditions, it's still not like it's out there with a chance to happen all the time.
Folks, we got the most viewership we've had all weekend. Thank you for coming over. Just want to let you know about a special that our sponsor, Hammer, is doing. If you head over to our website, insidebowling.com, you can enter the giveaway to win the Hammer Hazmat and Hammer New Blue Hammer. We'll be drawing on Monday. Make sure you head over to insidebowling.com and take advantage of this wonderful giveaway promotion that Hammer is doing. Try and interact with our audience as well as the bowlers here on the ground. We have so many people watching, so many entries. We should see 1,100 entries right now. And also, you can save 20% over at insidebowling.com on all apparel using that coupon promo code down on the bottom, which is HOLIDAY. HOLIDAY. Check it out, everybody. Packy Hanrahan is bowling. I don't know what bowling ball he's using.
So in game number
Were they
3,
just
they
on-
shot 434.
That's what I thought. That was them right there. Yep. And they were in, before that game, they were in 9th place. So that got them to plus 199 after 3, and we just watched a plus 199 in one game in
Yes.
front of us.
Oddly enough, I'm actually going to grab the ball. I was like,
So getting back to that cut now, after 3 games, but on our leaderboard here, after 2 games, if you take that plus 458 divided by 8, that's 457 a game. So after 2 games, you would think 114. So how many teams are 114 over after there are 17 teams
But it
ahead
always,
of that
it
pace?
always slows down.
It does, because you can't keep that up, right? Yep. So we're kind of, I just don't know how it would vary much more than what it's been.
I'm guessing kind of what it's been.
Yeah.
It's 450 something most likely.
Yep.
Low 460s on the high end.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, how about Chad Roberts though, saving 214?
Oh, I didn't see that. Yeah.
And they're going to try and make this
They're
not
gonna-
disastrous.
They're going to try to get a pin here. They're going to try to go 401.
Which-
after all of that, yeah, if you look, yeah, you had 57 in the fourth and 61 in the fourth.
They were
Like
minus 37 in the third.
Yeah, they were almost 25, 30. Yeah, they were almost 60 under after 7 shots. And last night,
Hug. All right.
Tommy Barnwell working on trying to finish with the back 8 to save that 61 in the fourth to turn it into 241.
We need to teach him what a spare is.
Well, he had a missed spare, a flagged single pin, and a split in there. But the other 10 possibly are going to be strikes. So
Now, Travis Anderson's the only guy in this group who really knows what one is, because all the other opens on there were splits.
big nasty splits.
And over here, there were no spares at all.
No.
It's just ho-hum. 470 and 599.
23 in a row, yeah. And that's a 241 for Tommy Barnwell. Gives his team, him and Travis Anderson, 449.
All right, how about 10 pins here for a +1? There you
Yep.
go.
+1 out of all of that. And that is tournament bowling.
So they were way up there in fourth at
Yeah.
182.
So
We'll
they
give 'em
needed
a-
that.
There you go.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, if you'd looked at that game and looked at their shots halfway through that game, you wouldn't think it would have been
They were staring.
401.
They were staring 350 in the face.
Right. But again, that's how you compete at this level, is you find ways to turn a bad game into a not so bad game. And I know it's easy for us to sit here and say, but you have to be in the right frame of mind to be able to do that, and they did.
All right, we're already starting game 4. I'm sure this group is aware of what just happened. We have Cody Clayton, Danny Spink, Ryan Sidney, and Matt Wilhite on 35 and 6 starting here in just a minute. Eric Deal, Dave Pafumi, Steve Taylor, and Josh Grove, they were our leaders after 2.
Are they coming on one of our live stream
They'll be
pairs?
on 35 and 6.
Okay. Yeah, that's throwing some strikes to be 241 over after 2 games. That's averaging 260. Mike, we were just saying how Mike Kahn and Kai Evans with that 599 went from 28th to perhaps second, third, fourth in that vicinity there. That's a big jump in one game.
You were lying. That was a pin down journey. That was a 10 to 6 win game.
Oh,
I didn't know I had to move that much. That was like 2.5, basically. 2.5 pool for 3 games. The worst part was, look, Steve Taylor's is 3-6-10. The worst part is 23 and 24. 23 has that second panel in, and it's down this way. The ball clips it, and then clips the next panel because it's not laid in right. See? So your ball goes.
23 and 24. The guys come from there to 35 and 6, and what do we see? Two high shots.
A 3-6-10 and a 4-7. Yep.
Yep.
Yep. The first 2 shots. Let's see the next 2 guys, what they do, the next 2 gentlemen on that pair. Oh, well, that was Steve Taylor that just converted the 3-6,
10, yep.
and he's bowling with Chris.
Thank you, Mama Lynn. We appreciate you.
No, he's bowling with Josh Grove. I'm sorry.
I'll swap this around a little bit here. Go check out on these lanes.
Who did you just acknowledge, Mike?
Mama Lynn, Lynn Gohagen, George's mom.
Yep. Now, we didn't see left-handers on that pair last game. Typically, when a pair hooks more, and everybody that bowls know this makes no sense, but how often? Now, we're going to watch a lefty here. How often when they're hook more on the right, or they're going to be tighter on the left? We're going to see.
I think they're just normal on the left.
Yeah, we're going to see here. Yep.
Looked all right.
Maybe a little tighter,
Maybe.
but maybe not enough to matter here. And here's another left-hander up on lane 36.
Yeah, 2 lefties on 35
Yeah.
and 6.
And he
I
went-
don't think that was a great shot.
No, he didn't look happy with that. Well, okay, right in front of us again. Two bowlers have the front.
You're just getting started, Eric.
Here we go, Mike.
Build it up.
Front 4 right in front of us on the same
Right.
pair. Gotta love the suspense, don't you?
You do. I think I'm actually going to clip that video up and put it on TikTok.
That was a pretty cool series of events there.
And a YouTube short, I think, for that. That 10th frame. I mean, I kind of feel like, what are we going to do now?
Yeah. How do you... Lefty went high there.
I mean, we do have 5-bagger.
Or we could have somebody pick up.
Just remember,
Big
I mentioned it in
4.
the second.
Yeah, sure. That's a good point.
As Eric was talking about half an hour ago, these guys are throwing a lot of strikes.
We've seen good scores on this pair throughout the squad. But you could probably say there's a look at that, Mike. Steve Taylor just went high and left the 6, 7, 10.
And you got a 4-6 for a lefty over there. I mean,
Yep.
it's everybody that comes over here. Dan told me by the end of the game it was 12 and 6.
I heard him-
and ball down.
And a ball change. I
Yeah.
heard him say that. Yep. You just can't imagine on a crowned pattern going 12 and 6 with a ball change from one game to another, can you? But anybody that's ever bowled has seen that happen.
On the same pattern. It's not
Yeah.
a dual
Yes.
pattern
No,
anything.
right. Yep.
I'll try and help him out here that way.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
the dream is over.
Dream's over.
Yeah. Well, as they say, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah, it lasted a few minutes anyway.
Yep. Ringing 7 for Josh Grove there.
And again, we're still all right from a flow perspective. Slowed
Oh,
down
yeah.
a little bit here for a very good
Yeah.
reason.
Yes, yeah, there was a very large crowd that had stopped bowling to watch that, and who could blame them? Yeah, there were a couple pairs yesterday that, like, when you got, they're using 23 pairs of lanes. There's going to be some pairs that hook, and there's going to be some pairs that don't hook, and you've got to navigate your way through them. And easy to simplify it, but if you're really bowling well and thinking well, then that's what you do. You navigate through those rough patches there.
Adam and Liz are plus 222 after 3 games.
They're making a big move there. That's not really surprising.
I mean, you're averaging 35 a game would be 210.
Yep. It'll be interesting, though, I don't want to keep harping on it, but it will be interesting to see how this AJ Rice and Gene Perez pairing will do as the day goes on. They did go 50 over that game after going 30 under the game before. But they're plus 18, and shortly we'll see what they had game 3. They should be around here pretty soon, I would guess.
Ooh.
Oh my, yeah. A little bit high 410 there. Yeah, Steve Taylor's the only right-hander on that pair over there. He's bowling with 3 lefties.
Makes it really important to throw it well, to realize, hey, something's up here.
Yeah, because you have nobody, there's no other guinea pig, there's nobody bowling with you to verify that fact. You have to know it.
He's essentially what left-handers are dealing with most of the time.
Yes.
Just not with this group.
Yeah, there's a lot of times you bowl league and there's 9 righties and 1 lefty on a pair, or sometimes 2. You know, this tournament, that's why you see so many lefties playing deeper than you usually see on a pattern this scoreable, because there's a ton of transition on the left because there are so many lefties here.
And so many lefties with big rev rates.
Yes.
So one AJ Rice equals 3 or 4 normal lefties in terms of impact on the pattern.
Yes. 2 years ago here, there were 12 righties and 12 lefties in the finals on Sunday. So you got to see lefties lofting the caps like the righties. And you rarely see that. Steve Taylor just went high again and left 3/4 of the big 4 on that right lane. The righties are just really struggling to keep the ball on line on that pair over there, 35 and 36.
On fire.
And and you're talking about the team that after 2 games is leading. So obviously, he's just like Higgins. He hasn't seen anywhere close to this on the pairs that he's bowled on. I mean, he's just in dismay that the ball is hooking that much. Yeah.
Very, very technical analysis there.
Go
left. That way.
Get something else out and go left. A lot.
How much? That much.
Somebody told me how much yesterday, how much did they move, and I forget who it was. But they said a blank ton, and I'll let you fill that first word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Metric?
No. Yes. It involved, I'm not going to repeat that word, but started with an S. But anyway.
I'll tell you what, guys. I'm just going to...
Solid?
Yeah, similar to that, yes.
This is the first time I've made this observation, or that I'm talking about it on the stream. But it appears to me that the house shot this year is playing a lot drier than in years past.
I would agree 100%. Yep.
So let's fast forward to tomorrow. Okay. What's going to happen in the last 4 games?
They are going, as we like to say, we're going to be getting deep.
Yeah. I mean, it may be the deepest we've ever seen.
Well, you got a doubles pair on each lane. So at the end of today, at the end of each qualifying round, each pair is going to have 32 games bowled on it. But at the end of tomorrow, each pair is going to have 48 games bowled on it. So that's another 50% on top of what we're bowling today, and we're already seeing people deep early. You're right. Tomorrow could be very interesting.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, you talk about the lefties versus the righties. If the righties get in really deep in like game 8 or 9, the lefties might have to just go right up the boards with like Jacob Buttreff's axe. Or
They're going to be
plastic.
into the left-handed or laydown range very
Yeah.
early tomorrow. You know,
It's gonna make the count between the two sides
interesting.
very important.
Yes.
If it's something like more normal, where you've only got, we'll just say 6 lefties that make it, it's going to be an advantage.
Yes. But as if it's
For a while.
what it was 2 years ago when it was 12 and 12,
Not so much.
then there is no advantage for those that get there.
Leon Taylor wants me to put some Barry Manilow music on because
And he's got a picture
because
of him
I
up there.
happened to yawn on stream. He saw it that I was tired. Guys, I've had 5.5 hours sleep the last 2 nights. I'm not complaining, like I said, but
Nope.
it's the deal. It's the tail of the tape.
Mike, as we say, that's part of the business, huh?
It is.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I don't mind. I prepare for this.
I'm not a big sleeper either, and quick turnaround, but I don't have to be here to set up. And no,
Setup's done at this point. He clicks some buttons and pushes some papers, and
well, I asked Mike
Well,
a
and
couple
off
years
we go.
ago, or maybe this past fall, what's harder, the setup or the teardown? And you said the teardown,
Yeah. I mean, the
Because-
setup takes longer, but the teardown
or tedious,
is,
isn't it?
well, the teardown is you got to basically after working 40-something hours, you got to now put together a Tetris puzzle
Yeah, right.
before you can drive home.
Yeah, everything has to go into its proper place, and
When you're
yeah.
flying, it's worse.
Yeah,
Here, I could just technically
throw it in and
deal,
settle.
yeah,
But
deal
you really
with it
don't
later.
want to deal with that.
I
Yeah.
don't really.
No.
I don't. Then I have OCD. But guys, after this event, I'm kind of sort of off for a while. I mean, I'm still going to be doing work on our website with Inside Bowling. I'm still going to film some YouTube videos and put some stuff out. But I'm kind of off till the end of the year. And it's been a rough year for me, guys. I have my health, which is most important,
It's been a busy year.
but it's just been a grind.
I get a couple weekends off, but then I go to Las Vegas for the main event and Team USA trials out there.
I'll be out there for the RPI, but I won't be there for the full team trials.
You'll be at South Point for that. Is it at South
Yeah.
Point again? Yeah.
By the way, I'm going to throw this out here. I've never thrown this out into the universe, but I'm doing it right now. If anybody watching is a pilot or has access to flights from here to Waterloo, Iowa, please get in touch with me. How awesome would it be if I could just fly to Waterloo
Yeah. Yep.
on like a private plane?
Because that's a 6-hour drive for you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
imagine that.
Yep.
I need that.
And you can get on a plane and be there in an hour.
Dude.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
Don't get your hopes up, Mike.
That's what I need. I need a private.
Yeah, because you're going to be there again in February for the Ebonite, aren't you?
Yeah, I
Yep.
wonder if, and actually that one's going to be interesting. I think I'm coming straight from the Masters. Match play gets done at like 6, and I'm driving over from the Masters.
Masters in February this year?
I think that's the event.
No, Masters is in March.
All right, Eric, you're going to make me look this up.
Yeah, Masters is, yes, the 3rd week of March.
When is Joe's tournament?
Joe's tournament this year is the last week of February. You might be coming from a tour stop.
Indiana Classic.
Okay.
His is what, the 25th?
Yes,
Yeah, I'll be coming from the Indiana Classic on Friday night.
and that's in Anderson. So that's
I'm
a hike.
I'm basically going to set up
Yeah.
Saturday morning and probably miss the first couple games.
Yeah, because you won't be into really.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Game 3, Steve Taylor, Josh Grove maintain their lead at 314. Bud Kroll, Kendall Martin at second at plus 300. Farrell Williams, Zach Wilkins, 299. Jarvis and Johnson, 293. We've got a lot of good games here because Con and Evans only moved up to 6th. We thought they could be high as 3rd.
Yeah.
Got them up on the screen as well.
Brandon Pierce and Joe Kriswanos in 5th. Just talked about Con and Evans. Adcock and Queen in 7th at 270. Then a gap to Marcella, Taylor, Brown, Orff, Johnson, Barta at 222. We've got 13 teams at a 700 a series pace.
Yeah. Yeah, there's good scores on this squad.
And we can round up for Cameron and Packy at 199 over.
Yep.
The other one, Eric, you were watching, Rice
AJ
and
Rice
Perez have made the
and
first
Perez.
page.
Have they moved over onto the first page?
They're on the first page at
plus
74.
But they have a lot of striking to do if
They
they're
need
going
another
to,
400
they do.
pins in 5 games.
Yep. And if there's a team out there that can do it, they're as capable as anybody, but so far they haven't done it. Steve Taylor got a strike on the right lane. I did not see what he left last time on that lane.
It was ugly. Oh, on the lane he's on now?
Lane, he got a spare.
I didn't see that one.
I didn't see it.
Doing a little switcheroo here. These guys are almost done.
There you go.
Struck, yep.
Got a front 7 on 43.
Nate Stubler not bowling this year.
Nope,
You know the reasoning on that?
I do not. I really don't. Nope.
What's up, Jerry? Oh, right here.
Oh, boy.
You gotta come over here. All right, Jerry Mars, 300 game. Here we go, right here on the stream.
It's the smallest gift, which means it's the biggest package.
It's probably a $1,000 bill in there.
Probably. What is that?
Quarter game.
A little coin toss game.
Oh, nice. Coin toss.
Yep.
It's a good idea. I'll play some coin toss with him.
Jerry made an extra $200 of work today playing coin toss with his colleagues
Beat all of his coworkers out of their paychecks. Yeah.
at quarters.
Yes.
So Matt Sanders and Justin Knowles, 231, 258 possible.
Matt Sanders with an even 260.
Nice round number.
Yep. Well, he needed 9 on the last ball to get that. Otherwise, it was a 261. He had a big split right in the middle of that game. Yep. And his partner's working on 258. So that'd be a nice game there. Anytime you add 100 over to your score, it's a good game.
Yep.
All right, so Steve Taylor's going for a turkey on this right lane that hooks a ton. His partner working on 280. I know he's got 3 frames left yet, but
Sanders and Knowles 173. This game will get him up over 270.
Taylor's up on this right lane.
Oh,
My.
By the way, upstairs in the meeting earlier, AJ Johnson gave me the business.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he really. I gave it right back to him. The whole room was cracking up.
What'd he say?
So Jerry did his thing and said, Mike's got a few announcements. And I started talking, and he goes, okay, is that it? Can we go out and bowl now?
Oh, Jesus.
And everybody started laughing, and then he just kept on and on. And I said, guy gets a girlfriend, and all of a sudden he thinks he's King Kong. And he goes, girlfriend? She's pregnant? We've already moved in together. It's more than a girlfriend. Then I said, well, it looks like I obviously shouldn't have handed him those pills this year on the PBA Tour season. And he goes, yeah, I got the blue pills, Mike. I mean, it was comic
I was
relief
going to
up
say
there.
that was.
I mean, it really
no wonder
was.
that meeting took a long time.
Yeah, it was comic relief.
And
I mean,
Laurel and Hardy up there.
he was all over me.
Yeah.
That's funny.
All right. You want to flip us back here?
Yeah, thank you, Lee. Thank you very much.
Get us back grounded again, Lee.
Yeah. Ground control. Oof. When Tom Hess came into the booth for Bowl TV, I would play ground control to Major Tom. Did that a couple times.
All right, so Steve Taylor, when he's up on the right lane in the 10th frame, he's only struck once, and the other three have been ugly splits over there.
Oh,
Stone 9
trying
there.
to shoot 279, and we can't even let him do that.
Yeah, solid 9. Going to turn that into 259, perhaps.
Danny Spink's first ball in the 10th was right before the camera flip. He is in front of the ball return.
I saw,
He
yeah.
almost left
Yep.
a 3-4, 6-7. Got some help to trip the 3-6 out, leaving the makeable spare.
And again, as Mike alluded to a few moments ago, okay, if people are in the front of the bar return in game 4, in an 8 game, what are they going to be? Where are they going to be tomorrow in the last 4 games?
A metric ton left.
A metric ton left. Yep.
Not wrong.
Oh, look who's going to
Liz
join
Johnson
us.
is coming.
Barda Nation.
Yep. And Mike, without a doubt, she would be in the conversation for greatest female player in history.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, she'd be in everybody's top 2 or 3. She can strike when there's a strike fest, and she is a shot maker extraordinaire when they're ugly. I think she's coming right here on 37 and 38,
Yeah.
isn't she? Her and Adam Barta.
Oh, Buck.
Whoa, I just saw that out of the corner of my eye.
We're all right. Terrence Cloyd with the save of the shift.
Yes. That was on live stream, wasn't it?
No,
just off to the right.
You might have. Yeah, I don't think it would have caught there.
Nope.
That's his ball going down the lane. Perfect block, though. 10 straight back.
Yeah, it was a good decision because
They've
that was
got
a
a-
double in the 10th.
They got a pretty good game going. He can shoot 35. His partner's 45
Yep.
for 80.
Yep.
What do we think a projected cut score is at this point? If you look at the
Yeah, the scores.
I don't-
Well, right now we're ahead of the pace a little bit, the scores. Because if you take that theoretic 457 a game, which gets you to that 458 number, that's 171 after 3. And currently, oh, we got a logjam. We got 3 teams at 171, a team at 173, a team at 174. But you've got 21 teams that are at that pace or ahead.
But when it slows down, that number goes down.
Yeah.
And it's coming.
And we know
see
it
it.
will. There's going to be a game here, next game or two, where it levels a little bit.
I mean, you look at Steve Taylor.
Yeah.
They're in first. I'm assuming he's responsible for at least some of that 314 over they are.
Well, he has to be, yeah.
And at least 14, right?
Yep.
And it's left
Here we
3
go.
splits on this lane, all
That's
high.
flush. That's
Yeah,
flush.
and the other 2 have been good.
He threw that extra hard for him. Well, you don't wish anything bad on anybody, but it is kind of fun watching teams come over to that 35 and 36. That game, we only saw 1 righty. So it's obvious the left didn't have that big of an issue on it because we've got a potential 280 up there.
Mike has been trying to run a marathon during
What?
this event.
I really need to go for a walk.
Go for a walk. Around the
really
building
do.
twice, outside, so nobody bothers you.
I'm switching the graphic over to 5. I'm leaving it here. Technically, game 4 is still happening on the left side of the screen. Game 5 is on the right side of your screen. Oh, right over here. Right over here.
Oh, we got another 300?
Yeah, Chris Taylor, but he's not on. He's got to come over this direction.
Oh, yeah.
He's got to come. Well, you can show everybody.
Oh, it's a
cameras
Connect
here.
4.
Over here.
I open it.
There we go. Chris Taylor, Connect 4. He's going to be. Why don't you play Connect 5?
He just connected 12.
Yeah,
and
he did.
to get a
He
Connect
did.
4, that doesn't make any sense.
It's a good point. It's a good point, Eric. Liz left a 4-pin, which is no surprise coming down here. All right, guys. I got to go swap the other graphic. I'm going for a walk. I'll be back
All right.
in frame 6.
Now all those, it's just it's Mike's feet going to the hole. I just have to give him this angry look to tell him to stop, which you can too, by the way. Do not hesitate
No, I would never do
to
such a
say.
thing.
You don't have to say a word. Just look at him with good stare down and say, Mike, no.
You know,
Adam has no clue what we're talking about, but he's giving me a stare down.
uh-oh.
We've already given Adam a hug today. We're good.
We talk about teams moving up in the standings. We watched Dan Higgins and Chad Roberts run into some troubles over there in that left lane.
Yep.
And they did scrounge 401 out of there, which, like you just said, they were looking 350 in the face. But still, it dropped them all the way from 4th to 16th.
Wow.
Yeah. So when you shoot 400 even in this event, you're going to lose some space.
So we've now had 3 300s on this block, which is more than any block since A.
Yeah, you're right. Are you still writing them down?
I am.
Okay.
I'm going to have to move over to the second column here.
Yeah.
We're up to 15 for qualifying.
I think there should be in this tournament, a 300 jackpot.
Per squad.
No, for the whole tournament.
The whole thing?
If you throw $5 in, and then all the 300 split the money. That could be a
Okay.
lot of money.
'Cause most everybody would enter.
Yeah, right.
Say 400 out of the 460 enter. At
That's
$5,
That's
$2 grand.
$2,000, and if you have 15, that's a nice chunk. That's a nice little chunk there for $5. I mean, they do have a high game pot though, so.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Liz not happy with that shot. I don't know if she's not happy with the shot or not happy with the result. To me, it looked like she wasn't happy with the shot.
Yeah. Looked in
Yeah.
instantly,
Yep.
which right now is a bad
Yeah.
idea.
I said last night, I said you can miss in certain places, but you can't miss in, especially as the day goes on. You can't miss in. And AJ started out strike spare.
Let's see if Liz can pick this 6, 7, 10
Well,
for us right here on the live
we're not
stream.
going to bet money against her, are we?
No, God, no. Well,
Good effort. Yep.
got the count.
Yep. Oh, Gene Perez goes high.
So Adam Barta has been bowling this tournament every year for the better part of the last 10 years. I think he may have missed one. He's on Hammerstaff.
And
He can throw whatever he wants, and the ball he's throwing is that Obsession Tour. He's a few years old, brings it every year, sleeps with it, the hotel room, just
wheels it out here.
because the ball don't do a whole lot.
Yeah, and he
And when
doesn't
they're
need it to.
and he doesn't need it to, and when they're flying,
Yep. Well, our tournament leaders over there after 3 games, Steve Taylor and Josh Grove. Steve Taylor just had a 178, and his partner picked him up with a nice solid 259, so 437. Who do we got coming into 35 and 36 next, Lee?
All right, so that is Jerry Mars with a 300. Lucas Hardigan is his partner this year.
Yep.
Stephen Jarvis, who had the front 10 game 1 with A.J. Johnson.
Okay.
Jarvis and Johnson were doing well. I'm not going to find them over there because that's for A, B, and C and D.
Yep.
Jarvis and Johnson after 3 games, 4th on the squad, 293 over.
We're gonna see
Mars and Hardigan were 24th at 153, but Jerry just shot 300.
Oh, yeah, that was the game that we don't have added in there yet.
253 and whatever Lucas had.
Well, we're going to see. Here's the first shot for Jarvis on the right lane.
Throwing the same ball he was throwing a while ago on
Right through the face.
47 and 8. He's throwing the new Vibe, which is a low to mid-range ball. And
we could package our information from what we've seen here and sell it to each team that comes onto that pair.
make some decent ball reps. I told Adam that this was the pair that the 599 was on, and he said, "Really?"
I heard him say that. I'm making my notes for tonight about 35 and 36.
Adam said the first pair that they were on, so they started on 31 and 2, and they said 31 was flying.
I heard that too, yeah. Yep.
So Adam, perfect.
Yep.
This might be one of those games where Liz might take a couple frames to find it. Adam's got it.
They could put together a solid game here.
Put Liz on his back.
Yep.
Adam shoots a bunch. Liz finds 220 somewhere, and they're just fine.
Yep. And he shoots 260, 270, and they get to 500. Yep. Well, she's been higher last two shots. That's a better shot. Yep.
Where's Pete? We don't have Pete Barta here, though. I'm all sad. That's a great shot.
Okay, AJ's got a double now.
It's a very pensive look. It's like, we got to go. How do we do it?
Yeah, you can't get intense for a double when you need a whole lot of doubles to get back in this thing. You got to conserve that energy. Four bagger.
There you go.
Yep.
Like Adam's ball reaction right now. That ball doesn't do a whole lot. It's very nice at the end of the pattern.
Smooth and it's
and
hitting. Yep.
he's in the part of the lane where he's not seeing the early hook, and he's getting to the corner. So,
Yep.
liking his chances for a solid game.
Gene Perez came back with a solid strike there after that split in the third. A.J. Johnson struck in the first over there, and he's up in the second now. A.J. Rice 3 in a row. We'll see if this is the game that this team can get it going here.
So, just talking with Adam. He wants to say hi to his wife, his friends, his 36 kids, and his 2 brothers that he loves them. He misses them. And most of them just keep on supporting by watching. Pete, where are you? Where is Pete? His absence is unacceptable. His friendship to me is valued. And Adam said everything's good. Pete's doing good. So there's this table here right next to me. I would have reserved a spot for Pete Bard, but Pete's not here. So you stay comfortable, okay? And enjoy yourself. Have a great time. But we don't have Pete. Pete Barda. We have Pete Weber. We have, and
yesterday, yep.
There's a Pete earlier today as well. His last name escapes me at the moment, but as Adam leaves an 8.
Oh, I missed the shot. Stone 8.
I missed it too. I was talking about Pete.
Yep.
And
I didn't see it.
if
Yeah.
Pete Barda was here, that shot strikes. That's really all there is to it. But take a look at the chat real quick here, make sure I'm not. I also want to make sure I don't decapitate you at the same time, because these are all wired. Or, break a... There we go. I'll just move down here for a minute. No, it's Pete's fault. If Pete was here, that's a strike. But he's not.
Four in a row for A.J. Rice.
All righty. Pete is out deer hunting. Well, if that's the case, you get some deer, Pete Barda, and Adam will give you my address and send me some deer sausage, please, and thank you. There we go.
He didn't like that shot,
I'll watch Adam, and then
but he struck anyway.
we got a couple strings on the other pair here. We'll
A.J.
watch
Johnson
Adams.
from 3.
I was going to say strike it. He can't get the 4 to go. Let's swing down here real quick, then we'll come back to Adam. We got Chris Taylor.
Who just shot 300, and he's working on another big string
Yeah.
here.
So Chris Taylor, open, spare,
Oh, he didn't like that one.
and then string until that because I moved the feed.
And his partner has 280 going into the...
John Marcello at 299 a while ago.
Yeah.
At 280 going
He's got
again.
his striking shoes on today, doesn't he, John?
That's the only shoes he wears.
True. Yeah, I don't see him without those very often.
And still watch Liz at the bottom left of the screen there.
Trying to get something. She's going for a double here. Trying to get something figured out. That looks good. Same shot she left last time on
10-10.
that game as a frame, half 10.
There's a comment in the chat. It looks like that these lanes are going to give Liz a workout. I bet Liz's look on the low end is fantastic. I bet her look down here
Get
is
right and lean on it. Here it's forced her in a little bit.
Yeah, it's a little worrisome.
Yep.
I trust no one more in the world to figure it out.
I
But
was just getting ready to say when she gets up on this lane the next, I'm going to bet, I got a $20 bill that says she strikes on this lane the next time she's on it. Gone half 10, half 10. Now, Having said that,
Hang on. Okay.
having said that, they're bowling pretty well as a team. They're sitting pretty good in the standings. They're in 10th place. And her partner's striking. She may just want to camp there, and if she leaves at 10, she leaves at 10. But you might not want to force the issue. If your partner's bowling well and you're bowling well as a team, maybe that's when you make the decision. Do I stay there on either strike or 10, or do I make a move and
Oh, get that
Oh,
6-pin
he
out of here,
did.
Adam Barta. He
Right
can't
through
carry
the
a stone
face.
8, but he can carry that.
right through the face? She's going to make a move and try to strike on this level.
Yeah. The main feed's on Marcella. All right, we didn't get both of them. We at least let one through. He's got 7-bagger.
Yep.
In a little bit, we'll take a look at the high end. Matt Sanders' team both had opens in the first on 43 and 4. That's our second stream. You can just go to YouTube, search Inside Bowling. You'll find that. They haven't missed since. It's the 7th frame.
They figured that pair out in a hurry, didn't they?
It looks like one of them might be a 9 whiff, but
Gene Perez has left that 379 twice on this pair. Oh, and Rice left a wrap 7.
all right, we'll just flip back here real quick. On the 36, Eric, AJ Johnson, now PBA champion. Let's see how he handles
He
this.
struck both times on this pair. He is significantly left, and that ball still saw it early.
Liz on her now, good lane, 38. There we go.
She has shredded the rack 2 or 3 times on that lane this game.
All right, Eric, I have managed to move back to my chair without ripping your head off.
I love it, Lee. Thanks for producing, bud. You're the man. I'm back.
We're watching that left pair over there.
Oh, AJ Johnson.
Yeah, he got away with a stone 9. It hooked a lot. Jerry Mars with a double there in the 4th and 5th. It's got to be go time for these guys. I mean, they're in game 4. I don't know what they had. Oh, that's right. They moved on to the first side of the sheet at 74 over.
By the way, who's Hardigan bowling with?
Isn't he bowling with Jerry?
Yeah, that's right. Okay. That Hardigan can bowl.
Yeah.
He bowled the nightmare doubles and really impressed me. I'm like, where? Because I thought he bowled with another Hardigan. I think they made the top 12 or something there. They made some deep cut.
They're in 24th right now after 3. But that's not counting Jerry, who shot. Didn't he shoot 300 last
Yes,
game?
he
Didn't
did.
he? Was that last game? But that's
Yeah.
not on here. Yeah. Oh, he wasn't happy with that. It was short, and he struck anyway. Tripped the 4 out. Okay, here we go. Is she going to strike? My money says yes.
Oh, there's
Remember,
I
I said she had a 20.
There's
I
a
had
flag. There's a flag on the play. Excessive celebration.
I had a $20 bill, and I would have turned it into 40 because she flushed it. But
Do you find anybody
I
on the
don't think-
planet willing to bet against you?
well, nobody was going to give me even money on that. I would have cashed that bet, but it wouldn't have been at even money.
You know, 37 and 8 is not the best pair in the world, and I think Adam Barta and Liz Johnson over here have done a nice job of navigating it. Just looking at the scoreboard, I just got here, so I haven't watched them bowl this game, but this is pretty nice coming from the other end there. You know who's coming next to 35 and 36? Tom Partle, John Bogacki, Jason Queen, and Tom Adcock.
I knew you were going to tell us. Yep.
So,
and I already went down there and talked to them because I want to see somebody come down here and make the proper move from the beginning and what kind of score you can get.
well,
I just gave them a little roadmap.
well, here's
Some inside information.
here's the problem, Mike, with Tom Partle. We already gave away a clock.
Yeah.
He was asleep at 1:50 today, and the squad started at 2.
Oh, my God.
Now,
I
he
didn't
lives
know that.
5 minutes away.
Whoa. There's a fluky 4-7 or a 4-6.
468.
Yeah.
For a left-hander.
Yeah. Look out. Oh.
Sparta using that Obsession tour.
Yep.
Yep.
That's the right type of ball to be using right now.
Yep. He's trying to smooth the reaction out, and he is.
Their progression went from Web Tour to Obsession Tour and now Envy Tour.
I don't want to say Adam's a low rev player because he's not, but he's certainly not a high rev player compared to this field. So even a medium rev player, he's got something in his hand that's going to avoid that big overreaction.
He's a roly-poly.
Yeah, yeah. They hate it when I say that, Mike. I tell all my college guys that, and they hate it. Well, roly-poly, you know.
How does it compare to your Obsession? Stronger?
Well, it's actually, once they get games on them, it's early. Now, out of the box, the Obsession Tour is earlier. But as they get games on them, it's
How close are they for you?
very close. Very, very close.
Yeah, you're in the right ball.
Oh, I think so.
I've talked to so many guys coming in here using
Come on, Liz. Got the 7 to go.
Every shot she has thrown on that lane looks exactly the same. It shreds the rack.
I've been throwing this ball for the last 4 years. It's got a ton of games on it. Those balls with a ton of, and it's just smooth and predictable. Yeah. I only use it this tournament only.
And the moves are not 2-1s, they're 3-1s. Because it's got to go left or right in the front of the lane. Yeah, you're in the right ball. I was just talking to Adam Bart about his ball choice, and I said, dude, Obsession Tour, I was asking about Envy Tour. I'm like, you're in the right ball. That's the ball.
Help.
That's the ball I want everybody using down here. When you get to the hooking lanes, I want low diff, symmetrical balls with like 4,000 on them.
You don't need any help at the back end of the lane on, on lanes 35 and 36, especially lane 36. Mike, I've already been making my notes for tonight on that pair, you know.
Okay. I hear you
And
over there.
you can say the same for 37, just not to the same degree.
By the way, remind me to never play like Monopoly with you, Eric.
Okay.
You're probably like, the probability of him rolling a 6 right now is not very good. So
Our family gets together for Thanksgiving Monopoly and Christmas Monopoly.
I had a feeling.
And it's vicious because anytime somebody needs a roll to go to jail or to just miss free parking, the whole family, 6, 6, 6. We chant and root bad luck on each
Do
other.
you guys load up free parking, or is it just
we load it up. Yep.
You put like 500 to start every time?
1,000 to
1,000?
start,
Whoa.
and then all the fines go in there, and then. But we don't play Monopoly. We play Master Monopoly.
Oh, really?
Have you ever played that one?
No.
So there's not 10 spaces on each side of the board. There's 13.
Oh, wow.
And you roll 3 dice, not 2.
Oh,
the
my.
other dice has numbers on it, but then
Wow.
it also has advance to next unowned property. So the properties
Wow.
go quicker. And it has this thing called bus ticket. So if you have a bus ticket, you can advance your quarter of the board wherever you are. You could use that bus ticket and not roll the dice in advance. So free parking's constantly being.
Okay.
But there's 3 of the bus tickets as you draw that say all bus tickets expire. So sometimes you
Oh.
get kind of.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a really, really fun. And they don't just have hotels; they have skyscrapers.
Nice.
That are one beyond that.
What symbol do you, or what little game piece do you like to use?
I'm always the same. What symbol do you think? No matter who I'm playing with, I'm always the same.
So I don't have you as a car guy. I do not have you as a car guy. You're either the dog or the thimble.
Neither one.
No kidding.
No.
The horse?
I am the top hat.
Oh, wow. Okay. The top hat every time.
Yep.
Dude is the top hat.
Larry says,
E4 revised.
all right, game 4.
Here we are, game 4 standings. Just
Jarvis
coming in.
and Johnson plus 406. And they're having all things considered, Eric, on 36. An okay game. They can still get the 36 and 30. Farrell Williams and Zach Wilkins have an average today of 250.00. 400 over.
Yep.
Marcella and Taylor, 365 over. They were having a good game down there, as we saw. Steve Taylor, Josh Grove, 349. Booker Kroll, Kendall Martin, 323. You're welcome. Newt McClellan, Jesse Hawkins, 321. Mike Kahn, Kai Evans, 302 over for 4. 199 of it
For
came
one
it
of
in
those.
1. Pierce and Kazwanis tied with Horns and Gohagen. And in 10th, Mars and Hardigan, 295. They're doing all right now as well. Right behind them, we've got another 6 teams within 30 of them. We're still looking at 18 teams
Yeah.
averaging 230.
Well, and you have, again, going with that mythical 458 that we've been messing around with. You have to be 229 to be halfway there. And we have 21 teams that are currently plus 229 after 4. This is going to be interesting as the day progresses here to see what that number does.
A.J. Johnson, he is wearing out that ball return.
Flush. Dead flush.
Flip over here for a moment. Got a bunch of viewers here now.
High for the day.
Yeah, we're over 1,200 now. Holy smokes. So Liz and Adam were plus 271 before that game. They shot about 60 over, so. And they've been averaging 70 over, so.
I think they were in the low 50s that game.
Oh, were they? Oh,
Liz didn't strike second ball in 10.
Oh, that's right. 50, yeah.
53,
I was thinking
54.
she doubled. She only struck once, yeah.
Put the standings up for you guys. That's the revised.
Once the standings disappear, we'll get our look at Jordan Horns and George Gohagen III.
Are they coming here?
They are here.
They've already arrived. Yep. And they are currently tied for 8th.
Watched Jordan throw a few shots earlier, and then just now he's still going with the traditional two-handed approach, if you wish to call it that.
Who is?
Jordan. He can also go backup two-hander.
Tacky
And
Hanrahan
he's
coming in. for
better
game
than
6.
98% of left-handers when he goes up the left side. It's sick. Doesn't do it very often, only when he needs to.
George with a huge move in.
Yeah.
And Andrew Orff here is an interesting case study getting ready to bowl. He bowled 279, 179 on the pair to the left here. Then he bowled 279, 278, and just had the front 8 and went 4-pin. I don't know what he finished with. And now he's coming back down to hook and lanes.
So he's been in the 70s every game.
Yes. Andrew, what'd you have last game?
78.
78 the last game. So he's either going to bowl like a 70-something, a 170-something, or a 270-something.
Good, Dennis.
All right, here we're just going to write a score down. You ready? Blank, 7, blank.
We did have 599 on this pair earlier today.
Yep. And we've got 3. Well, no, here we go. We got another chance at it. You guys look. Another chance at 600.
I was watching Jerry Mars. We saw all the right-handers who are having fits with 35 and 6 before we wrap up game 5. Jerry's going to shoot 257 with a strike.
Yeah,
Jarvis and Johnson 465.
I think he might have had a little inside information too, because I think he went a little high early and then he hasn't been high since. I mean, that's a solid 267 with a strike on this ball.
Andrew flat 10. That's actually a good shot.
We can go strikes to the fill and then not strike on the fill for 70, whatever.
Yep.
It's not that hard.
Nope.
We're officially in game 6 here,
That's
guys.
a couple of good games over there on that pair.
A pair of 460s is.
Yep.
I mean, he just made up 100 pins on a couple teams who
Came
hit
through
there.
that pair and had some damage done. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I like what George is doing here. Watch how far right George is here.
Yep.
Look at this.
He's just getting it to the friction further down the lane, and the angle's good.
Yeah, he's way right to left.
Yes.
Through the first half of the lane at least. And I love this. This is what you do.
Yep.
Still a great shot.
Yeah.
I'm happy with that right now on this down
Yeah, he's
here.
not going to bring overreaction into play doing that.
No, he's taking splits out of play.
That's his mistake right there, is a ball that's a little bit late and has trouble maybe carrying the 7 or the
Which
10.
is perfectly fine.
But he's going to be in the pocket.
Yeah.
Spare ball looks like an LT48 and not the remake.
Probably is.
I had one of those.
George likes to collect old bowling balls, relics. Looks lighter, too. I bet that ball's a pound lighter. I'm going to ask him.
Probably is. It's 45 years old.
Hey, George. Is that ball lighter? Is that spare ball lighter? No?
Spare ball looked lighter.
Same weight, huh?
Yeah.
I asked Bill O'Neill about George Gohagen's ball weight choice, and he said, don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Bill O'Neill, huh? So there does come a point where Gohagen and Jordan in the standings here. I got it right here. Okay, ninth at 297. I don't know what they bowled the last game. I don't think they bowled a lot the last game.
I can find out if you want. His fan club's here.
It's sitting right. Oh.
That's way far away.
It's a question, isn't it? Yep.
Let's see what they had the last game. Because I kind of see them getting to the point where right now they're a little fired up. And when they get fired up, it means
Just
they
the body language tells me that
they need a
too.
big game. Yeah,
Yeah.
That's way in.
And that wasn't his best.
Okay, Adcock struck on his first shot.
Queen still looks like he's pretty far right on that left lane over there.
Eric, game 5 for Horns and Gohagen was a blank,
Oh,
minus
my
23.
goodness.
Yeah, that's why George doesn't want to talk to me. And Queen just went Brooklyn.
I told you. I told you when I saw him standing there, I said, he looks like he's way right.
Yeah, so the full line for Andrew Orff, 278, 179, 279, 276, 278.
He's been in the 70s every game.
He's been in the 70s every game. Once he visited the one you don't want to.
But if you're gonna have 4 270s, who gives a crap what the other game is?
Thank you. Well, now it's going to be a problem.
I told Adcock 12 and 6 left, and
He
Queen
didn't
said
listen, did
Queen
he?
said I've never moved 12 boards in my life on an adjustment, and he just went runaway Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Let's see what
And
Adcock does.
Tom is up right now on that left lane.
He did it.
And he flushed it. Nah, not quite flush.
That's hilarious.
But
Absolutely
it beats the
hilarious.
alternative that we've seen on that pair. A lot of those teams that we've seen come through that pair would have paid a lot of money for a half 10.
So Jason Queen needs to play the Masters line that he did with the old Timberwolf or whatever he used.
1997.
Yeah, he was
Wasn't
just
it? Or
yeah,
was
he was
it 98?
He was threading the needle like 15, like I don't know, like 14 to like 9 with a lot of speed. There it is. That's the Masters line. That's it. He's almost there. He's gonna roll it. Need a slower rack there, Jason. This is comical.
This is interactive
Tom
bowling,
Partle.
Mike.
Tom Partle's
Way
like,
left.
I'm just.
So the other thing about this pair over here, Jarvis and Johnson's group with Mars and Hardigan, were done 5 minutes after everybody else. These guys were standing and waiting and watching.
Well, that pair has backed up a little bit because there's less strikes on that.
George
pair
threw
we've
that
seen.
way out the window.
And
Oh,
more-
he
and more-
lost that one.
And
Yes.
more ugly
way
stuff.
out the window.
This is again, you like everybody to bowl good, but this team is having some troubles right now.
Well, and these pairs through here might be the equalizer with how many teams get in, right? Like we were
Yeah.
talking like 13 or 11. Well,
Oh.
it might be 9. It might just be, as much as they're hooking down here.
So unfortunately, I guess Andrew's shooting 170 something. He can't get to
George
270.
is on his way to get another
Yeah.
ball.
Andrew Orff has bowled 270 or 170 every game.
Yep.
One 170 game, and all the others have been in 270s. Look at I told Adcock, move left.
That again, you can see the minute that ball gets right, somebody kicks it and it goes left.
Who is that?
He looked at me and just said, I even moved.
Yep.
I don't know what ball he just threw.
I didn't see what it was.
I wanted him to use IQ Tour down here. I think that's probably what he's in. Yeah, he's in the right ball. Just hooked.
By the time this block is done, it's possible we have the widest disparity of team scores on one pair in the
Yes.
history of this tournament. We got 599 on the high side, and if this keeps up, we might have 3 something by the time we're done.
Sorry, Queen's ball was a Red Wolf Pearl. My apologies.
Is that what he's throwing?
No, on the Masters show.
Oh, I was gonna.
I called it. I called it
that's
like
what I looked up, and I'm
called it
like,
a
that's a.
Timberwolf or something. I called
That
it.
looked like an eternity that he just threw.
And then you got Packy Hanrahan down here with Cameron Doyle. Packy's got the front 4.
I thought he brought his ball with him that he won the Masters
No,
with.
no.
I would hope it's in a trophy case of some sort, but
Yes,
I don't
yes.
know.
So we're gonna give these guys some love here. I see Doug Hymos over there.
Cameron Doyle just left a solid 9.
I gotta go swap out graphics.
See, like the equivalent of the 299 to 100 game.
We haven't seen that many struggles on this lane, this pair in front of us, 35 and 36, or 37 and 38. But this whole collective group is not figuring this pair out.
I mean, we saw somebody of Liz Johnson's quality shoot 2-0.
Yeah, she struck, I think, almost every time on the right lane.
Yeah.
She, the left lane gave her a little trouble. But
And we were watching this pair at the very end of last night, except for Nick Weber, who was way left. This pair was no fun.
really, oh my. Front 3 over there on 35 and 36. Well, this would be the game. If scores are going to settle, wouldn't it be this game?
It's
Wouldn't
usually,
it be right
yep,
now?
it'd be right now.
Yeah.
Hey, Troy Link, congratulations on your PBA 50 Player of the Year award, my friend. I miss you as well, and you're doing well this weekend.
Yeah, what a year he had, boy. Holy smokes.
This is his kind of tournament, too.
Came down to him and this gentleman right there.
Yep, Tom Adcock.
Yep. There's a good shot. Andrew Orff up here trying to get a double here. Doesn't have one through half the game.
Cam Doyle
That's good. Yep.
leaves the open frame there with 410.
Solid 8. Okay, Jason Queen trying to get a double here.
So here's a good look at Packy's jersey, the
Another
Pac-Man.
ball hooked.
Yeah, Packy's got a great jersey.
The Pac-Man jersey.
Yeah.
Yep. Who doesn't love Pac-Man?
Makes you think of a unrenovated Pizza Hut from the 90s.
Yep.
They all had a Pac-Man machine.
Yep. And I spent my share of quarters in those.
I'm sure you did, Eric.
Turn in your my bucket coupon for a little, the pizza that's like that big.
Yep. I'm the kind of dork, Mike, that you can imagine playing Pac-Man, couldn't you? At 3 in the morning at the corner gas station.
Probably with your feet, because you got blisters all over your hands.
I was going to say I was keeping an eye on Taylor. Well, that's Taylor Marsala. That's a scoring error.
Yeah,
Marsala hit the pocket so hard, it scored him as a strike.
Yeah,
but he left an
somebody's
8.
got. Oh, so that's not really a strike then? Okay, I see him correcting it right now.
It was such a great shot. The machine judged it correctly, but there's one chiclet still up there.
Yep, it gave him a strike on quality, but unfortunately he left one.
I apologize for watching it.
Yeah, they were all going to go down, but
That's good.
Oh.
We have seen a series all of a sudden, just in the last 2 or 3 minutes here, of solid 8s up and down this section of the house.
Queen might leave one right here.
I hope not.
Oh, God, Mike. Nope.
Thank goodness.
16-pound bowling ball.
Flushed it.
We're calling out the bottom left of the screen because we're giving some love to the other pairs down here.
What percentage of bowling balls sold today are 16 pounds?
It's a whole lot less than it was 10 years ago.
I would say 10%.
Is that high?
Maybe not.
10 or 20%, I'd go with that. 10 or 20%. Yep. I think 10% is a good estimate.
That'd be a good question for Andrew or Rich. Or
Yep.
I'll ask him sometime.
Yep.
I know when I used to order balls for the tournaments that included a ball in a package. If I ordered 24 of a ball, I think I would order 3 16s, 2 14s, and the rest 15s. Something like that.
Well, they've done all these studies that show 15s hit as hard, if not harder, than 16s now. 30 years ago, you had to throw 16 if you were a competitive bowler. 16s hit harder. Technology has changed now.
I'll be keeping an eye on the chat. You guys, you're welcome.
Is Rich around? No, don't see him.
He's wearing a yellow hoodie wherever he is.
Seen him 3 times, but
Well, if you ordered 24 and 3 of them were 16s, that's roughly, 11, 12%. So on our college teams, we don't have many 16s. Oh, rip 10 pin.
Jason Queen has not struck on the right lane.
And that has been a common.
He's thrown it too much into the lane.
Yeah, that ball's picking up really early over there.
Yep, he's got to be further left with his feet.
And he's got to throw
gotta
it
move
over
his
the front
eyes
part.
right. Yeah, he's
Yep.
either got to loft it or just go left or right through it.
Yep.
Andrew's ball too far out to get back with any authority. And these two pairs are finals pairs. So as they hook more, we will see them in the finals.
Jason Queen, a great spare shooter. Do I dare jinx him? Nope.
Well, you're all right.
Yep. There's not too much he doesn't make. Adcock's up against the ball return now on that right lane.
Yeah, he's finally in the
That's
right
the
spot.
farthest we've seen him over there. If he goes light, he goes light, but he will not go high on this ball, I'm telling you.
So it's like a high road pearl.
As he goes dead through the face and leaves a 3-6
If that's a high road pearl, it's too angular down lane. And he should have stayed in the IQ Tour, my opinion.
We're going to see here. No. Is that a hustle?
I think it's a high road pearl. Or it could be an RST.
it's like an RST.
It's just too angular. Can't be that angular with that ball.
Yeah, the hook on that pair is not only up front, it's the entire lane is hooking. And he's reaching for another ball here. We'll see what comes out of the bag now.
Phase 5.
Yep.
I still think it's a bit too
I was
angular
going to
down
say
lane.
that's going to hook at the back, yeah.
I guess he's just going to get so deep that he's going to need it. Andrew didn't like it, but it was actually perfect.
Well, it's needless to say that his string of 5 straight games in the 70s is now over.
It's not looking good.
No. I mean, technically it's not over yet, mathematically, but it's over.
Is that plaque 10?
Yep.
All right, there you go. 1%. So I asked Andrew what percentage of bowling balls that they sell are 16 pounds. He said 1% or less.
Are you kidding?
No,
That can't be.
That's inaccurate.
That can't be, can it?
100 bowling balls and one of them is 16 pounds?
No, it's got to be more than that, doesn't it? I find that hard to believe, but I'm not going to doubt him. But
I could see it being less than 5%. 1%. In the chat, we've got some 5%.
oh, Jason flushed that right lane for a double,
Orf has 225 left.
and he's got to finish on that lane.
Yep.
I mean, including present company, I know of 2.
The 16.
One of them's right there.
Yeah. Yep.
The other one is already made the cut. Maybe there's something to it. I don't know.
Yeah. I threw 16 my whole life.
Tom Partle came down here and just said, screw it, 8-bagger.
I gave up
Yep.
probably about 7, 8 years ago now. I still have an old spare ball on the rack. It was a Visiball from
It's a 16.
the World Series year in 06. And I don't throw anymore. It just it's on the rack because it looks cool.
Well, and Tom Partle and John Bugacki are plus 185, so they need a nice game to get right back in this thing.
Yes, they do.
His partner's only got 118 in the 6, but he's still got 238 on the board. They've still got a potential 538 up there.
About 7, 8 weeks ago or so, John had an 867 series.
Who did?
John Bogacki.
Did he?
Lefty.
Wow.
He missed the league record and a house record by a pesky 7-pin. Second ball on the 10th. League record in a scratch travel league. So we actually keep such things.
Four pin for Jason Queen over there.
Nope. So the Gohagen and Horns and Partle and Bogacki have the loudest fan
Yep.
crowd reactions in the field every year. They're crossing right next to each other, and in that you've got Andrew, who don't say much,
And
Julian-
Queen and Adcock,
and
very
Queen
soft-spoken.
and Tom and Jason, who say less.
Yeah. Well, Adcock and Queen still got a chance to pick up a few pins over there this game.
Yep.
It is official. Andrew Orf's second number of his score will not be a 7.
It will not.
Squeaky clean, 215 with a strike.
205.
205. I'm sorry. I tried
204.
to help him.
You wanted to give him a few extras. there
Bonus
for
pins
effort.
for
Yep.
providing trivia answers
Yeah.
to the chat.
Yep, that's true.
Mike's like, it's not true. I'm like, well, you're Inside Bowling selling bowling balls now. You can buy 11 different family of Brunswick products at a discount this weekend. Just go to InsideBowling.com, and on Monday, Mike, when this sale is over, you text me
Yep.
what percentage of those on sale bowling products that you sold are 16 pounds.
And you'll have a concrete answer for that one.
hopefully it's not a small sample size because we sell lots of them. I'm going to step out of here for a minute before we get to the finish here.
Sounds good, Lee.
He threw that one much further down the lane.
Yep. Tickled him.
He made sure that ball did not hook. Little high-speed, little flip spin shot there. He's probably struck on a few of those in his career.
Oh, yeah.
I'll bet this one's not high either. And that's the beauty of tournament bowling. They're going to come off this pair and go back down to the low end and get back down to a pair that doesn't hook. Wow, that's probably as good as any shot he's thrown today. Both of those.
Yep. Partle 268. Very nicely bowled game.
Yep. His partner can shoot 217. That's a nice 485. That's the highest game we've seen on that pair so far tonight.
I've got
by a margin, you know.
They are asking about a cut projection. Are we still thinking like 460? 464.
The next game or two is really going to, if it slows down a little bit, that's right in the game. It could edge a little higher than that because scores are pretty good right now.
Yep.
How'd you like to be sitting on that possible cut number yesterday morning and have to wait 5 squads to see if you get to bowl again? That's a long wait. Another really good shot there.
Queen's all pumped up.
He had to really project those shots to get him down the lane without hooking. Yeah, he's very, very, very satisfied with that finish, as he should be. That pair has proven very challenging for a number of really good bowlers tonight. As you can see, we've got potentially 3 2-teens to go along with that 268.
Yep. What do we think Adcock's going to do on this shot?
He's going to flush it. Last time I said that he went through the face and left the 3-6-10. And this time he bucketed, and he's not happy with that.
Nope.
Well, you have to, that's got to be your mistake on a pair that hooks a ton. Your mistake has to be light, and unfortunately, that's what you run into then.
So the question is, who's our next victims coming down here? Right? Who's the next ones?
Next. Well, 219 for Jason, 189 for Tom. That's basically treading water there, +8.
It is.
And they were in. Where were they? They were 13th going into that game. That game will drop them. They will not stay in 13th with 400.
Well, the good news is, Eric, I just got Game 5 standings in.
Oh, we
Pop
got them
up
in.
on the screen for you right there.
Okay, here we go.
Looks like we got Marsala and Chris Taylor, your leaders, at 482. 471 is Jarvis and A.J. Johnson. Cam Doyle, Packy Hanrahan at 438. Steve Taylor and Josh Grove at 437. Farrell Williams and Zach Wilkins in 5th at at 404. Julian Brown, Andrew Orff at 393. Newt McClellan and Jesse Hawkins at 382. Gerald Mars and Lucas Hardigan at 379. Sanders and Knowles at 375. Higgins and Roberts at 331. Followed by Adcock and Queen at 329. Pierce and Criswanos at 326. Liz Johnson, Adam Bard at 323. I think they just bowled 445 the last game.
Scores did
460.
settle.
doesn't want to finish. So it's, I mean, it's pick your poison. Neither is great.
I know.
You know.
I was just hoping to scratch something to get out of the
You know,
game.
the other option is if you had a shiny gem. A shiny gem could be interesting.
It could be very
Wheeling the whole lane like Chano has did at Team Trials.
yeah.
Like, you could wheel the whole lane with a gem.
Well, we were going over scores, and before that last game, there were 21 teams ahead of that mythical number that we were at. Now, after that game, there's only 17. So it did come down a little bit that game.
Okay. I do want to thank everybody that's been supporting our channel, our store online. We've been having a lot of sales come through. Thank you. We got those great deals on those Brunswick balls. Got 20% off all of our apparel with coupon code HOLIDAY. You can enter to win 2 bowling balls from Hammer on the website, insidebowling.com. Go over there while we got a break in the action coming up here between the 2 games. Doug Hymos, though, here from Festus, finishing out nicely. Big string of strikes. I bowled in the Travel League with Doug. I love Doug.
Trying for the back 9 for 255.
Yeah. There you go, Dougie. Come on. And that's a little fallback.
Yep.
There you
Flush.
go. Nice job, Doug Hymos. Saw his dad here today. Great family.
So the team that we saw shoot 599, Mike Kahn and Kai Evans, they're plus 299.
Oh, man.
So they're 100 over for their other 8 games.
That's, well, for their other 4 games. Oh, 8. I
Yeah.
get. And I see what you did there. You went
So they're averaging
4
yeah.
and 4. I got it.
Yeah, so that game they averaged 299.5, and for the other 8 they're averaging 212.
Yep.
So in other words, they need to add some pins onto that score to be around tonight.
Whew. Game 7 coming up next.
Mm-hmm.
I'm starting to feel it. Dogs are barking. A.J. Johnson walking by. We got 2 Adam Johnsons in the field right now, too, by the way.
And they're on the same squad.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Pate says hello to you, Eric.
Hi, Mike.
I'm going to officially turn this into 7 here. I got to go swap out that graphic, Eric.
Yep.
It's your booth.
Uh-oh. Two games left is all on this squad. And they cut to the top 46 teams for tonight's semifinals, 5 games, adding those scores onto their 8-game qualifying totals. After that, the top 12 teams bowl 12 more head-to-head match games tomorrow. Well, we're going to see which teams are coming down here to 35 and 6 and 37 and 38. These have not been the highest scoring pairs, even though we had that 599 on 37 and 38 earlier. We haven't seen a lot of big games on these pairs. Maybe that'll change, who knows. I think the 7 o'clock squad tonight is going to turn into about the 7:45 squad, I believe, the semifinal round.
Where's Buttress at now?
Who?
Buttress.
I don't know who that is. Jacob Buttress?
Buttress.
Oh, he already bowled this afternoon.
So he's done.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, they're in third place.
Third?
Yep.
All right, everybody. Game 7, ready to go. Eric had to deal with the random guy
An
stopping by the
unruly
booth.
spectator.
I'm used to.
No, he
hey,
wasn't unruly. He was just mispronounced a
We're-
name. is all.
we're-
We can't hold that against him, Mike.
we're
But we
u-
can make fun of it, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We can make fun of anything.
Yep.
So I do have one tidbit of information.
Uh-oh, here we go.
I'm very forgetful, Eric. I forget stuff all the time. But I was just reminded of something. I went in and talked to Jerry, and I'm like, hey, man. I'm like, dude, I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow with how much they're hooking. He goes, well, don't you remember last year you suggested that we take the lane machine from the low end and oil the high end with that lane machine from the low end?
I didn't realize that.
And I did. I made that decision last year, and
Oh,
Jerry
no.
goes, but you're going to have to tell the bowlers. I said, no problem. So when we got everybody down there for the meeting last year, I said, hey, guys, I made a decision. You can hate me if you want. But as much as they hooked down here with Lane Machine 2 yesterday, I don't think you guys want to fight it that much. Lane Machine 1 put out a slicker condition. We oiled this end of the building with Lane Machine 1. They all go, okay.
Wasn't a whole lot of opposition to that then.
No, they were like, hey, if it's
Yeah.
going to hold up longer,
Yeah.
thank you. So, yeah, the lane machine from the low end will be oiling these lanes down here for the
So
finals.
it may not be as much of an issue then. It'll still be an issue, but not. They won't fall apart completely
Right.
like the possibility this year, like you say, with more friction than there has been in the last 2 years.
Yep, and ideally, if it was me, if we had time, I would oil the whole house with the lane machine on the left for tonight's semis. But they will hit the equal amount of pairs going across. But.
Yeah, well, with 5 games, it'll be 2 and 3, but that's why they use 2 machines in this tournament because
Yeah, you got to get them oiled.
Yeah, because at 2 to 3 minutes a lane, you're talking a whole nother by the end of last night. Last night we didn't finish till 11:30.
Yeah.
It'd be 12:30 at least, maybe 1 o'clock if you had to oil the whole house 2 more times.
Yeah. Yeah, it is 5 games here tonight, though, which is nice.
Yeah. 5 games is enough to where if you're trailing by a decent margin, you can make that up if you bowl really well. You can come from significantly far behind tonight to make the top 12. If you're bowling well, of course, naturally. All right, here we go. Our next victims are in place, Mike.
Here they are.
Yep. Step up, step to the plate.
Come on, come in, step in and win.
And I missed the first shot on the right lane. I didn't see
You
what-
did.
I
You were
didn't see what it was.
sleeping on the job.
I was. Virtually
All right.
worthless. Sometimes not virtually, sometimes just worthless. Well, I was going to say that gentleman's one of the straighter players that we've seen, and he flushed it on the left lane. So.
You got to think the words out by now. The
What?
35 and 36.
Oh, yeah.
Hook,
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah. After 6 games, if that's still a secret, then there's a problem. Yep.
Plus, you got 3 free ball reps up here.
Yeah.
Here we got a new blue.
Well,
Trying to.
narrowly avoided that ugly split.
That's one approach. I don't know if it just might read too
Yeah,
soon.
we haven't. Yeah, I was just going to say we haven't seen that over there, but that might be too early and even. Yeah.
But we'll find out.
What now?
I don't want to know.
It's just no. You don't. I'm starting to get a little foggy here, guys. It's one of those things where, like, I'm starting to not be able to see anything.
A little insanity is setting in.
Yeah. Scream 2.
Well, I just got here. I've been here with you guys a little over 3 hours, but you've been in the booth.
I worked in a break in my contract this year.
Oh,
So the last couple games of the last
Yep.
squad, I wasn't here, and that
Okay.
saved me.
Yep. So you got a little.
I like to thank my agent, and
Yep. See, it's fun as long as we got a chance for 600 on this pair.
we do.
And we do. We're in that game right now.
Robert McGraw and Ron Yoshida
The
have.
pressure is building, Mike. We have a team four-bagger here.
It is.
Yep.
Could have
Come on, wake up. Pay
600.
attention.
Could have 600 this game.
Pay attention.
It's
Mike.
possible.
But not if this ball does not strike.
That is a very
And
Whoa.
that's not
that
going
ball
to
matches.
strike.
Oh, he
the
still got
masking
9
unit.
out of that.
Oh, my God.
Matches the masking unit. Solid 8.
Yep. Stop.
Steve Taylor. We got Steve Taylor on the main pairs there right now with Josh Grove, Eric Deal, Dave Pafumi, Bob Ogle, Kenny Shaughnessy, Mark Stinger, and Ryan Driscoll. I'm going to invert those guys. I just wanted to introduce them. We will check in on them.
Steve Taylor and Josh Grove currently in 4th place.
Yep. Now, they're supposed to remove the deadwood before throwing a ball.
Well, that's far enough. It's out of the field of play.
It is.
So
It is.
I want to. What's the? All right. You're famous for giving odds, Mike. What's the odds that we go this entire game with that pin is not removed?
Oh. That's a good question. I think it might have to be removed at this spare.
No, he's a right-hander.
Yeah, I know, but still.
I don't like to bowl with
No.
deadwood in the. I don't like
I
that.
don't like it either.
Nope. To me, it distracted me.
It's kind of like driving your car with a Dorito on the dashboard. It just makes no sense.
I didn't need any help being distracted when I bowled. So get that deadwood out of there. So Lee, while you were gone, we figured that remember before game or after game 5, there were 21 teams that were still ahead of the pace to get to that 458. That number now slipped to 17.
It's not surprising.
No, and I bet it slips again.
I think it slips again.
However, there is a 20-pin gap between 17th and 18th on this squad. But I still think it'll slip a little bit here again.
Just looking around, Eric, we've got 2 through 6 frames done of all the screens we can see.
And there's only
We've got a 5-bagger on 34.
And 1 turkey.
Got a triple on 35. Triple on 42.
Yep.
Triple on 43.
Yep.
and a 4-bagger on 45 that was just erased by a 4.679.
Yeah.
And that there's also
So-
a triple, I think, on 47.
Brooklyn on 36. The ball went hooked immediately.
We've seen that look on that lane, haven't we?
We watched him come back with that same look that we've seen probably 10 other times already. Yeah, the pace, if you go by the eye test here, the pace is slow. Yep. Of course, the eye test, you're talking about us, so
Yeah, we
I don't
are.
know how much strength you can put in that.
Well, I'm like an old dog right now. It's got cloudy eyes.
You need an energy drink, Mike.
No, those things just build me up for about 40 minutes and then I crash.
I've never had one of those. Never had an energy drink in my life.
They're not bad. They don't. I mean, they really don't do much for it. I mean,
I run on adrenaline. My friends all hate me because I don't sleep very much, and I go, 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 go. I've never had a cup of coffee in my life. Never had a sip of coffee in my life. All the pop I drink has no caffeine in it and everything. Not that I'm a picture of health.
Wow.
I'm just saying I've never needed caffeine or coffee or anything. I just go, go, go. And my friends all say, well, that'll hit you eventually. And guess what? It will probably, but.
somebody asked for standings, so get ready to screenshot.
Is that after 6?
Or pause? No, it's still 5.
Okay.
Somebody wanted to see standings after 5.
Okay, here we
so
go.
I'm gonna put it up for just
Yep. There
Probably
we
like
are. Page 1 of
15
Squad
seconds.
E. Yep.
Screenshot it, or like I said, just hit pause and look
You
at
know,
what you
Liz
need.
Johnson and Adam Barta, 323 after 5.
Yep.
They got 3 games left. I totally foresee them making a run at this.
And they are finishing on 19 and 27. So they just game 6 and 7 for them were
They're
on.
finishing on what?
So they bowled game 6 and game 7 on the low end,
Okay.
and they'll hit 27
oh, on the for game
for
8.
game 8, which we
Okay.
haven't heard too many complaints about.
No.
So-
Eddie Bird, by the way, is over on 39 and
Yeah.
40.
And I'll always say if you want
Yep.
to finish a block in this building, 25 through 30 is some of the
Those are
best
your-
pairs to
are
do
they?
it. Now here you got the double oil machine, so
That's on the high side of the oiler.
it's
Yep.
on the high side of the oiler, but not the high side of the house.
Yes, right.
And that makes a difference.
Who is that with the front 4 over there on 35 and 36? Somebody has the front 4.
That's going to be Kevin Mason.
Okay. Yep.
No relation to Perry.
No. Or Marcia.
Right.
How about Chris? Blues goalie from a few years back, Mike. Chris Mason.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Well, that's Mike Kahn and Kai Evans down there.
Yeah, 299 over after 5, so 100 over for the other 4.
Mike and I were talking about this when you were out, Lee. We said they averaged 299.5 that game in front of us, and for their other 8 games, they're averaging 212.
212 and a half.
We're going to see if they can put a run together here, even though we don't know what they had game 6. Maybe they made a big jump. We don't know. We're going for 5 in a row here. And we got it. Another ball that went a tick high on 36.
You can live with a tick high.
Tick high, you can live with a 4-pin. It's probably going to be a 9 spare.
You can also trip a 4-pin like that one.
Yep. But when it's got friends up there, I don't like your chances of filling that frame in. And we've seen that a lot on lane 36 tonight. I keep saying tonight, Mike, but it's really only this afternoon.
True.
It's dark outside, though.
Yep, that's true. Maybe that's why I keep saying tonight.
Higgins and Roberts, after that +1 save, had started something until a 4-9 on
They look
41,
like
which is not converted. We still got a 4-bagger up there.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it looks like they're doing okay over there because he
Oh.
started out with the front 3. So, and
Still-
again, we don't know what they had game 6.
Hi, Eric.
Oh, I didn't know if you were on.
How you doing?
What do you think projected is?
Eddie Bird bowling with Parker Capra here.
Eddie's bowled with a few different partners in
I
this.
bowled with Tom Hess for a number of years.
Bowled with
in
Tom
this.
for a
Yeah.
few years. He's
Yeah.
bowled with Pete before.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Did you
could.
bowl with Jeff Carter way back when?
He might have. He could.
Like 10 years ago?
Yeah, Eddie would have no problem getting good partners.
No.
Here we are, the front 5 on 35 and 36. This gentleman, one of the straighter players in the field. I think he's smashed everyone that I've seen. So you figure.
Well, we just saw Adcock and Queen, who are also pretty
good
straight players.
But this gentleman's straighter than those two.
Straighter, and he's also projecting the ball
He is. He's
very
throwing
well.
it
I
over
think
the
he's
front part
getting
of the
it
lane.
through the first 15 feet very
Yes.
clean,
He is.
and that's
Yep.
helped him so far.
Yep.
I hope I didn't
Here we go.
impact that in any way by commenting on it.
That looks good.
There
Yeah.
you go. Crack open the 6-pack here.
Yep. 6 in a row. Higgins with a soft 10 over there. As Mike Kahn leaves a 4-9 over there. Oh,
So where are... Trying to get organized here. This one we're going to need.
we still don't have a combined A, B, and C here, do we?
Oh,
yes, we do.
That's right.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
A, B, C, and D.
So we can get rid of this one we don't need.
Yeah, that's just D only.
Yep.
We'll just get that over there. So we need this one and this one.
Yep.
see if we can get a
Front
There you
7
go.
over there. Yep. Another great shot. Very nice.
Partle had the front 8 over there, and they couldn't be playing it any more different.
And we have the front 7 on the same pair. The other 3 have 85 in the 6th, 78 in the 6th. The other one's okay.
Okay,
105
got
in
a
the
double.
5th. Yeah.
Clean with
yeah.
a double.
Yeah.
But yes, you have two games with all sorts of ugly stuff, and a front 7, and every shot that we've seen has been labeled.
Very good. Yeah. Yeah. And normally straighter players like I was don't mind a lot of friction. So I'm sure that gentleman over there is, with the front 7, is enjoying that. Tripped 4-pin.
Threw a strike on the live stream. There you go.
He did. The team's in 30th, plus 202 with the gentleman, Kevin Mason, with the front 7 over there. Brooklyn. A Brooklyn on lane 36. We've seen a few of those, yeah. We've seen a few of those tonight. Most of them don't go Brooklyn. They settle right on the face. As did that last shot by Eddie Bird over there. They must be, judging from their reactions, they've got to be right there.
16th after 5 at 299 over. I think that counts. And we're going to find out very quickly here, Eric.
Do we have scores coming in after 6?
Here we go.
We
After
do.
6, Marcella and Taylor shot 111 over that game to widen their lead considerably. Jarvis, yeah, well,
Yep.
good run.
Yep.
Jarvis and Johnson second, 528. Doyle and Hanrahan third, 520. Gap, Taylor and Grove, 478. Gap. Sanders and Knowles, 444. Higgins and Roberts, 427, and they're still got a solid game going. Barrow, Williams, Zach Wilkins in 7th, 422. Pierce, Chriswanos, 413. Ty, the 9th. Johnson, Barda, Brown, Orff, 396 apiece. Rounding out the top 10. So 11th on this squad, Eric, is pacing 386 divided by 6 times 8 is 515.
Yeah. Well, and that number didn't drop at all, 17 teams that are still pacing that 458 number. So if you take those 17 and add them to the 458, that's 36,
Yeah.
that's 53 teams.
Yeah, you're pacing 448 right here. That's Adcock and Queen.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's after 6.
6.
I added 5. So 6 times 457.
Divided by 8 times 6 is 344. We're at 15.
So now it's down to 15. Okay, yep, I missed.
So we went from 21 to 17 to 15.
Yep,
Games 4, 5, 6.
yep.
Something tells me we're going to finish around where we thought we would,
Yep,
right? 11 or
yep.
12?
Yep, toward the very...
And one of those teams is they're just off camera to the right. They're right in front of us. Bird and Capra came in this game plus 360. They can strike out for 11 and 24.
Yeah, and you can tell from their body language they are working really hard over there, and they must have had, well, they're 3, where are they at here?
360.
Yeah, 360. And I mean, that puts them at, with a bunch of strikes here at the end, that puts them at, put them at not quite 400. They're still going to have some work to do.
Yeah, you're going to need
This
80.
big-
You're going to
this-
need 70 to 80 more
This finish is big for them.
with all of them here.
Yeah, with all of them, yeah. Well, Kevin Mason's bid at 300 ended with a shot that went high in the 8th, but he still got a chance. He struck in the 9th. He's still got a chance for a really nice 260 game. We just saw a 268 last game on that pair. 4-pin. Mike, we are almost done here. Just putting the finishing touches on Game 7 already.
Yep, just taking a peek down at the scores on the other lanes here. People are down there touching tables pretty
There's a 299, Mike,
aggressively.
on 29.
Yeah,
We missed it.
Sure
we
did.
did. 299.
So 290, right, 29, Game 7. 41, that would be the team of Kenny Shaughnessy and Bob Ogle. After 6 games, they were in 33rd at plus 142. The Black Cloud did not.
Yeah, that wasn't on us.
Wasn't us.
No, we didn't do that.
It's a new strategy. Ignore the strings and see if it works.
You know, there's a very strong pairing that just never got anything going today. AJ Rice and Gene Perez, 6th place.
Barely,
or 6th at,
barely on the first page.
yeah, 36th place at plus 166. That's why you bowl.
Corbin and Dino are 2 spots ahead of them.
Yeah.
There you
It's
go.
a good shot. Yep. Yeah, the last one he just got in, that was high the whole way, and he knew it. Higgins and his partner down there, what are they shooting, Lee? Looks like 210 up on top, maybe?
So we've got 213 up top and a potential 269 on the bottom.
So that would add 80 to them.
That would put them over 500 over.
Yeah.
And they're going
It's
to the
gonna
low
give
end,
them-
which should really
It's gonna
favor the
give
way
them
they attack the
bit of a
lanes.
cushion here, yeah.
They'll go from 41 and 2
Another great shot.
all the way down to 3 and 4. Flat 10.
Big shot for Eddie here, trying to get to 211. Got to be 200 on the nose with a spare, and his partner can get
Yeah, he can go
214.
14. That'll only take him to
374.
374.
They're
You
gonna need a big
probably
finish.
need
90 maybe.
90 to feel comfortable, 100 to feel safe. I heard you just fine.
It had slipped. Yep.
It's still a really nice game by Kevin Mason on the TV pair.
11 out of
265.
He was right on top of Jason Queen's line.
Yep. 11 out of 12.
Very nice.
Yep.
Big game.
Matches the high game we've seen on that pair all night.
Yep, very true.
Who do we have coming in here for game 8?
All right, 29, 30, 31, 32 would be the pairs of Nathan Rice, Garrett Jolly, Matt Peters, Chris Watson, Brandon Pierce, Joe Criswanos, who have been top 10 all day, and Kendall Martin and Booger Kroll, who were up there
They're
and
in the
slipped
race.
18th, 332, but not done yet. 35, 6, 7, and 8 would be Mike Boogren and Jeff Grego, Chris Corbin and Dan Dino, Bob Ogle, Kenny Chalkensee, Mark Stenger, Ryan Driscoll. So really only one of the teams
Are fighting to get in
that
there.
are fighting. On 41, 2, 3, and 4, Ryan Sidney and Matt Wilhite, Cody Clayton, Dan Spank, Kent Sherfree, Kevin Mason, Britt Sturgeon, Terrence Cloud. So our our top teams, the one we just called out, are either right in between the camera pairs, and we're going to catch them a little bit, or they're down on the low end.
Mike, that's what we said this a little bit ago, didn't we, that the whole game would be bowled with that pin in the gutter.
Yep.
And a strike was actually just thrown on 38 that snapped the 10 out where the ball bounced off deadwood and got the 10. This lane, it's been out of play, but
Yep.
just finishing up game 7 here.
You know, I felt the black cloud creep in on my 12th shot. I don't know if you guys.
We ignored you to try and make it work.
We did.
It didn't work.
It didn't work.
Yeah, it didn't
It was
work.
not us.
I thought I had an excuse. It was a black cloud.
Nope. You were dealing with nothing but sunshine and lollipops, Kenny. We tried.
Swap out game 8 graphic.
We tried, and
I made the comment earlier, I think the 7 o'clock squad is going to be the 7:45-ish squad.
usually is.
Yeah.
So remember we had 599 on 37 and 8. Now we're going to have 2 4-0s.
Yep.
And it's not
Well-
trending in a very pretty direction.
Well, we've also said that 599 could be, by the end of the night, could be significantly higher than all other scores. And so far, there's been nothing even remotely close to it on this pair. Yeah. I don't know.
Or any other pair around.
Yeah, I don't know if we've seen 470 on this pair other than that 599. I don't know. There might have been one in there, but
Barta and Johnson had a like
450.
mid 450s.
Yeah.
Orf Martin, his partner, couldn't get much going.
nope.
Anybody else we've seen kind of come through here? Not. A lot of our top teams have missed 37-8. Maybe that's except for the obvious exception. Maybe there's something to that. The exception is Orphan. Blanking on his partner's name. It's in front of me, Julian Brown.
Well, look at, Adcock and Quinn got off to big start today.
Yeah, what, 250-ish over for the first two?
Yeah, and
Not
they're-
even 100 over since.
No, and they're in 17th, and they're at 336. They've got to perform this. The last 2 games, they've got to have something go their way to get in.
But they are finishing on 13, 14. They're down on the low end.
Steve Taylor and Josh Grove, fourth place after 6 at plus 478.
I don't see anybody. I think game 7's all done across the house, so we should.
I don't know what Steve and his partner had game 7.
He's getting some tips here.
Steve, what you guys have game 7?
He's not sure. 451.
Yeah, Steve Taylor had and his partner 451.
Puts them in the 530s.
Yeah, that takes them.
Or 529.
With a good game, they could be way up in the
Yeah,
standings.
so they have to look up here.
Yeah,
They can say we shoot 480.
they're being
We're
aggressive here.
610 over, and
Yes.
we're either in the top 12
We're in the
or
hunt.
we're just behind it.
Yeah, yep.
They've got pretty much got the top 46 on
Yeah,
lock, unless
yep.
something disastrous happens on a pretty good pair.
It's not impossible, but yeah.
Now, how long? I predict the first time one of the lefties on this pair,
Mark Stanger
37 and
just
8,
got a strike. Yep.
we leave a 7-pin, that deadwood will be removed.
Yes.
Mike's going to be writing a children's book about it, by the way. The Deadwood That Could. It'll be on InsideBowling.com's book section along with Cooking with Butters. Jacob Buttriff's Guide to Spicy Food.
Yep. Ryan Driscoll with a strike here. So I'll wait for Mike to get in. I've got a really interesting story here.
All right.
Mike, we waited for you to tell this interesting story of this young man right in front of us, Ryan Driscoll. So he bowled Greater Iowa scholarship tournaments.
Yeah.
Had a pretty successful career, made quite a few finals along the way. But we were at Des Moines at Bowl-O-Rama one year, and that event always sold out at 98 entries.
Okay.
And we're at the check-in desk, and Brooke nudges me and says, Eric, Ryan Driscoll's here, and he's not on our paid list, is he? And I said, nope, and I don't have a spot for him because we have 8 people in front of him.
Really?
He and his parents drove from Peoria to Des Moines in an ice storm.
Oh, no.
With no spot, and he didn't get to bowl. Would you like to have been a fly in that car on the way home? Because I bet he didn't tell his mom and dad that there was no spot for him.
Probably.
Wouldn't you like to have heard that conversation on the way home?
I would have. That's crazy.
Yeah. Yep.
I just talked to Jerry Anderson. I told him to make an announcement before the next squad, or before the semifinals, that if there is deadwood, it needs to be cleared.
Mm-hmm.
All types of deadwood.
Yeah, including me?
Including you, Aaron.
Oh, my. Well, I'm going to be cleared out of here in a few minutes. I know that. Again, how you guys humanly put up with me for this many hours in a row shows how desperate you two truly are.
It's a great point.
Or am I just desperate for company beyond Mike?
Well, that's to help you keep what's left of your sanity as well.
So
you got to have somebody else in
you don't
here.
realize how valuable your presence has been to me the last 4 hours. I honestly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate it. I couldn't take any more Barry Manilow.
We saw that
And we're
picture
talking
once.
bowling.
That was enough. That was
Well,
enough.
last night it was on there the whole. It was
no.
hiding on the masking units like Elf on a shelf. I almost said my first swear word of the weekend to describe my feelings about it. Still trailing Mike in that category.
It's 6:03 and they got an oil. So what do you think we're going to start at? 7:30?
Nope. I told him a little bit ago, 7:45. I told Lee.
Okay.
I said the 7 o'clock squad becomes the 7:45 squad. Well, maybe not because there's no meeting or anything. So it's 6:03. The whole house will be done by 6:35, 6:40. You may be right, Mike. It might be 7:30.
You know, that whole meeting thing that we do, it is an important thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do look forward to that every year.
Well, they do. Yeah, with 5 squads, they got to clarify things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say if there's one easy thing that could be improved, it would be making that meeting shorter. It needs to be no more than 5 minutes.
Well, you had the Mike and AJ show this morning.
Oh, I didn't go to that one. I only went to the first one.
Well, the good thing is it won't be near as late of a night as it was last night because if they do start at 7:30, 7:45-ish, it's only 5 games tonight.
Yep, 2.5 hours.
Yeah.
We'll be done bowling by 10:15. We'll have it all wrapped up a few minutes after that, and then we go home.
And it's a 9 o'clock start time tomorrow, right?
Yep.
Right, guys?
Sleep in.
9 a.m. Yep. And it usually finishes, I bet, by 3 o'clock to 3:30.
Yep, exactly.
3:15.
Yeah. Yep.
Mike will talk about interview the winners for a while, and then
One of the teams competing this weekend is going to take home $10,000. Some other great prizes up there at the top, too.
And the 300 Christmas tree pot is live until there's no more presents.
I wonder
There's still 4 or 5 left.
How many were under there to begin with?
Well, we've got, how many we've got? 7, 9, 10, 12. We've got 15, and I think there's still 6 or 7 left.
And I told a young lady yesterday when she was watching Anthony throw that 300 in game 1 yesterday, and I said by the end of the tournament, there'll have been 25 of them. I think I'm a little ahead of the pace. I don't know if it'll get to 25, but I think it could, because I think there could be a number of them tonight. When you've got teams that are bowling the best and you've got 92 bowlers bowling 5 games, you got 460 chances at it tonight. So
you take these last 3 games where it gets ugly down here off.
There'll be multiple 300s tonight. It's just how many.
I think to get to 25, we need to get to 21 by the end of the day today.
21 or 22, kind of. Yeah. Yep.
Because when we get
3 or 4
when
tomorrow.
we get to game 10 tomorrow, nobody's
No, and you're only having 144 games tomorrow, so the likelihood of having more than 3 or 4 is not good.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care. You know. So, well, no, we're going to have 288 games tomorrow. That's right, because it's double. So there's 24 bowlers bowling 12 games. So.
But still, 4 is still 1 in 100 chance.
Yeah, if you put that number at 4 tomorrow, I don't know. I'd have a hard time picking over or under on that one.
Yeah. So we've got 460 bowlers times 8 games.
Yep.
So the whole tournament will have 3,680 games.
Yep.
So
And
right
qualifying,
now,
yep.
so we've got, assuming nobody shoots 300 this last game, which is not fair. It's a 0.4% chance.
And you're going to add 460 tonight.
Right, just in qualifying.
Yeah.
It's a point. Your chances of shooting 300 are 0.4%.
Yep.
If we're watching, it goes even lower. It's about 0.04%.
Total games bowled this weekend will be 4,428. So if you go by, we've got the combined standings here of squads A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
184 teams, which puts 92nd place, the midway point. So if you look at 92nd place in the standings, plus 275 for 16 games. That's the middle of the pack. That's the average score of the field.
A 215 average would be 240.
Yep. So you're looking at about a 217 to 218 average for the entire field this weekend. And that number will go up tonight, when you factor those in, but not dramatically, because you got significantly less number of games to bump that average score up.
But what usually happens with not much financial incentive between 20th and 46th, if you're in 34th after game 3 and you're 250 behind, you just start.
Well, then
there's
brackets may be coming into play a little bit. But
brackets are offered on the cut squad, but they are not heavily used.
No, because it's a who's who, big time, and
and you're trying to make the top 12.
Yes.
Game pots get played, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's just one.
Yeah, because anybody can pop off 300.
Can pop off one. You're not really worried about it all the time.
Right. But you're right. After that first couple games, there are going to be teams that are out of it.
Yeah. And then the bar gets visited and just have fun.
Yep.
I mean, have fun anyway.
Well, again, just it's no guarantee. Even some of the top teams on paper, when they walk into this tournament, there is no guarantee. I mean, like I said, look at Gene and AJ. There's no guarantee you're going to sail into the semifinals.
You can.
Every year there's outstanding teams that don't make the top 46.
And with brackets, if you have success, but you finish, 30th on your squad, you're probably getting bageled.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, there's a way out, right.
Jerry hands you a $20 bill for a couple seconds and says, thanks for coming. This is the last game here. Eric, we're halfway through
We are.
or more.
Yep.
There's a triple over on 33. And that is, 48. Somebody's got the front six-ish. All the way down there.
And we had the front five on 35 and 36. I forget the gentleman's name here that finishes on the wrong foot. He and his partner 2 years ago made
Dan Dino.
Yes, they made the top 12 2 years ago.
And they've done it before that as well.
Yeah, he's a very good bowler.
Yeah, all the way down on 47 and 8. That is where we find Kenny Phillips, Teller Meyer, and interestingly, Parker Capra and Eddie Bird. So that would be the team of. So Eddie and Parker Capra, the first bowler.
Are they on the end pair down there?
They're on 48.
Okay.
The first bowler has, I can't tell, but the bottom bowler has perfect through 6.
Well,
or
if
it looks like 6.
If that's them, they may need that because they didn't add much onto that
No,
last game.
if anything.
If anything at all, right. They need another 100 pins. And he's up right now, Parker is.
So he's the one with the front something.
And he struck again.
Yes.
Yep. We
Trying
got
to-
front
trying to-
7 down there, Mike. On 47 and 48.
Yeah, there's really only of the teams that are. It's just the way it works out. The teams that are up top are all down there.
Yeah.
With the exception of Steve Taylor and Josh Grove.
Yep.
Steve just opened, but Josh started with a triple spare strike. So they're certainly not
safe.
looking at disaster.
They're
They're going to bowl
danger.
tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, because they had 50. What do you say? 50 over last game, which puts them at 530 roughly.
Yeah. There is a string on 30, Mike, if we can get 30 up. Let's see who that is. So that would be the team of Nathan Rice, Matt Peters and Chris Watson. So nice run here.
Shot at that 7-pin with that deadwood in and made it.
His partner said it took a deadwood in the gutter for him to pick a 7-pin without throwing it in the gutter.
That's what made me.
That's
what made me think of that.
Maybe a little.
He struggled with that tonight, obviously.
Little focus area.
Well, isn't that funny? We've talked about 35 and 36 lagging behind just the scoring pace, but the actual pace of play. And here they're going to be the first pair finished around here.
I might just be in a hurry to get done.
You're right.
Been there, done that.
That's what I think.
Yep. Yeah, they've sped through this game very rapidly.
And it's official, A.J. Rice not going to make it, right?
Nope. They're at 169 after, or 166 after 6 games.
That was one of the teams we had written down.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what we said. Not every team would make it. There would be other teams we didn't have written down that would make it. That's why we bowl.
The teams we marked, Bird and Capra is a question mark. Higgins and Roberts is likely. Kahn and Evans, we don't know.
They're
question mark.
Yep.
Doyle and Hanrahan, yes.
Yep, they're in.
Partle and Bogacki, question mark. Very much so. Adcock and Queen, question
Same thing,
mark.
question mark.
Horns and Gohagen, even
they're-
more of a question mark.
that has slipped.
Wilson and Zwig, we haven't talked about him today. 21st.
Yep.
So, not. They need 2 big games.
Yeah.
Marcella and Taylor was a question mark. They're leading the squad.
They're leading, yeah.
Williams and Wilkins,
7th.
7th.
Yep.
Good.
They're looking
Mars and Hardigan.
They were up there, weren't they? Yeah.
So
11th.
positive side of the question mark. Jarvis and Johnson we said they're in. They're in
They're
second.
yeah.
Johnson and Barta, the better side of a question mark.
Yeah, yeah.
Perez and Rice, we said they'd make it. Kroll and Martin, not going the right way. 18th, they could make it. Need 2 big games.
Still in the game, yeah.
Sanders and Knowles, we said they'd make it. I think that looks good.
They're
Corbin
fifth.
and Dino, we said they'd make it. That looks unlikely. Taylor and Grove is a question mark. They're in 4th. We got a lot of them right.
Yeah.
But we've got, Brandon Pierce and Joe Criswanos. We don't really know them, and they're in 8th.
The last shots on 35 and 36, 33 and
Mike-
34 is done
Mike,
already.
do you have a wireless headset I could use to walk around when we get to 7th game?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Anything for you, Lee?
Mike, you've been doing this a long time, and isn't this part of your favorite time of the day is figuring up numbers?
Yeah, what's crazy, though, especially like on the PBA tour and stuff, is we really beat the tournament office by like 2 minutes. So we do all that work for just being able to leak the news 2 minutes early when we could have just interviewed somebody for 2 minutes and then announced the cut score.
Well, that's what the news networks have done their entire existence. They want to beat the other network by 2 minutes.
Yep. Well,
They want to scoop everybody by 2 minutes. Yeah. And then sometimes they even get it right.
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes we get it right, too.
Yep. Whatever happened down on 47 and 48, that looks like a clean scorecard to me. Yep. Looks like we have a front 9 down there on 47 and 48, Mike. And it looks like it's Parker Capra. Looks like it's Eddie Bird's partner.
Eddie Bird, yeah.
We got 10 in a row, I believe, down there. And I don't know what Eddie had. This could be a big game. This could propel them into the semifinals down there.
Eric, if I wave, I'm the 4th. I'm this one.
Well, you just mute yourself, Lee. Lee's going wireless. You just mute yourself on the bottom. You just tap it once to mute yourself, so you're good.
Parker Capra up, it looks like in the 11th frame, working on the front 10 down there.
Lee, can you report and let us know what Eddie Bird has
Yeah.
or had?
No, that was a nod of the head, and that's a 4-pin, I believe.
That's a 4-pin mic for Capra. Eddie Bird's already in the books for 247, so this is going to give him.
That's going to get him to 500.
536.
That's a big finish to get him in. Yep.
I actually have Game 7 standings just came in.
Okay.
So 47 and 89 for Bird and Capra. 536. Just tell me who else you need.
Okay. Here are the standings after 7, Eric. We got John Marsala and Chris Taylor along with Doyle and Hanrahan all tied at 666. Steve Jarvis and AJ Johnson at 593. Steve Taylor and Josh Grove at 529. Dan Higgins and Chad Roberts at 488. We've got Matt Sanders and Justin Knowles at 474, along with Liz Johnson and Adam Barta. Jerry Mars at 449 with Lucas Hardigan. So, Lee, we could use Hardigan, Orff, Zach Wilkins, Jesse Hawkins, Dave Colburn. Those scores for sure.
We have a news flash. I was just told by Tom Adcock that Tom Adcock and Jason Queen had 525 on the end to get them to 461.
461.
That puts them right on the bubble.
Right
Yep,
on
here
the
they
bubble.
are.
Here you go, if you want to write on there.
461.
Mars and Hardigan last game, 437.
Okay. So they get to
486.
Jarvis and Johnson last game, 502.
Jarvis and Johnson. What'd you say, 402? 502.
Puts them at 695.
Marsala, Taylor, Hanrahan, Doyle, they're in. AJ Johnson, Steven Jarvis in.
Barta and Johnson last game, 473.
Puts them at
and
547.
There's no score.
Yep. Farrow and Zach Wilkins. Newt McClellan and Jesse Hawkins. Bird and Capra got to what?
They had 89 and 46, 35, 35, roughly.
All right. Last game for Farrell Wilkins and Zach Wilkins was 458.
Hey guys,
Puts
by
them
the way,
at 482.
by the way, I was building out some graphics and I put it on the wrong side. I put the semifinal in there already. What's up, man?
Who else you need, Mike?
Yeah.
Audie and Colborn, Hawkins and McClellan. How about Gohagan and Horns? Kai Evans and Mike Kahn. These are teams down there that now need a big finish, but we've already seen 2 big finishes here out of Capra and Bird and Queen and Adcock. Both had big finishes.
Doug Kroll and Kendall Martin were at 310. They're not going to make it.
They're out.
Somebody's getting pumped up down there on Channel 2. What the heck happened to my standings here? Trying to do like 20 things here in the computer right now.
And really, your limit is 19.
Correct.
So if you're trying to do 20,
I know.
that could be a problem.
Exactly.
All right, that's David Kroll there that just finished out with 429 for their team.
Yeah, no chance.
No, they're, yeah, you just said that. So Okay. Taylor and Grove just finishing up here with 430 something.
Thanks, man. Good seeing you.
All right, Mike. Higgins and Roberts. Higgins and Roberts, 471.
Okay.
Con, 401.
Okay. So they're out. Okay, that's not enough.
Who don't I have?
Wilson and Zweig. How about Partle and Bogacki?
All right, I'll get those.
And Gohagen. Those are the teams that are going to influence the number.
Sorry about that.
And these teams. How about Andrew Orff? We don't have his score. And they were 440 going into the last game.
At this point, Lee, it might be best to go in the tournament office. These are the standings for this squad after 7. Again, we were projecting the cut to be around 464. That's with 11 teams getting in from this squad. And as you can see, there's several teams that needed some numbers to get there.
Mm-hmm. And a few of them did. Like we said, the 2 big moves that we know of right now made.
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike got some more. Partle Bogacki last game, 515.
Oh, my.
Holmes and Gohagen, 473.
473?
Correct. Brown and Orff, 399.
Oh.
399 for Orff. They're out.
Yeah.
They're at 439.
Yep.
Who don't I have
What
yet?
about Sanders and Justin Knowles right here? Sanders was just walking right around here. Just to make sure.
Jesse Hawkins and Newt McClellan. Audie and Colborn. Pierce and Criswanos.
Pierce Chris should have finished on 31.
Say that again.
Pierce and Criswanos were on 31.
Okay.
Okay. I can't see over there right now. Home.
Let me run over and look.
Okay. What's that? That's what we're trying to figure out right now. No. Oh, God, no.
Wilson and Zweig,
Hold on. Yep.
464.
464.
With the back 9 as a team.
464. $401, not enough. Yeah, Adam, we were thinking 464, and it probably may not even get there. It may go down a spot from
If
464.
this team finished on 31, they didn't have enough.
Yep, so we're showing about how many do we think getting in here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, probably
6, 7,
8,
9. 2 question marks here. 10, 11.
Yeah, 11.
Yeah, this.
And we didn't count these 2 yet?
No, we don't know what they had.
We need McClellan and Audie, those 2 teams. Lee, if you want to go to the tournament office. McClellan and Audie. Those are important. That would be 13 would make it in.
What pairs did they finish on?
All right. 11.
Oh, we can't hear you.
472 for Audie. 472.
472 for Audie?
Correct. What was the other one?
They get to 468.
Hawkins and McClellan.
Yep. Hawkins and McClellan.
17. 368. 368.
Okay.
They bowled 368, so they're out. So we got 12?
Yeah, so unofficially, How about Sanders and
Sanders
Knowles?
and
We
Knowles.
need that
Yeah,
score.
we need that score.
Yeah.
Sanders and Knowles should have finished on 33.
Okay, so if they finished on 33, 442.
Yeah, that's plenty. Okay.
All right. So you got how many coming off of this squad here? Bring it into the booth. Make sure I'm on the right graphic.
11 at 468 or higher, and we had 33 at 469. So then that makes 45th 466. And there's a tie for 466. Unofficially, the number is 466.
At a tie?
For 45th and 46th.
Okay, okay.
Unofficially, we still have a couple scores. We're not 100% sure what they are here. But it's 466 or 464 is...
So again, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 with 468 being the lowest score.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with 468 or above. And that's 44. And then you would add this 466 in and this 466 in.
Oh, 466 the number.
Yeah, so there could be 12 off this squad.
Okay.
Could be 12 and 34. Yeah. The number could be 466, and that's
For
what I kind of
45th.
have for 45th and 46th. Yeah.
Okay.
Unofficially.
Well, I think we're just going to call it and stay tuned to our Twitter feed and Facebook for the updates on exact cut number. But right now we're saying 466 for 45th, and it's a tie for 46th as well. So 45th and 46th would be 466 over, which is Partle and Bogaki. And who was the dead number?
466, that would have been Simon Mote and Nolan White sitting at 466 also.
Mote and White. Okay.
And that puts Tim Barrett and Shea Bittenbender in at 469.
Yep. All right, good work. I think we're close. I think we're very close. So 466, our unofficial number. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to shut down the stream, grab some food, and we'll be back in about an hour and 10 minutes from now for continuing coverage here from the 2023 Hammer Holiday Doubles. Shout out to Lee and Eric for joining me during that block, and of course Jerry and all the work that his tournament staff does, and Matt for hosting the event here at St. Clair Bowl. We'll see you in just a little bit right here on Inside Bowling. Again, the unofficial cut number, 466, a tie for 45th. So both teams get in. See you in a little bit, everybody. As soon as I find this graphic. There we go.